I'm sorry to report that our barbecue still isn't working. So we're doing the best we can to have something to eat, but we're going to get started. Next up is Lauren, who's going to talk to us about how to find an observing location.
Yes, I'm short. Oh, can I go?
Oh, here, we can just do this. No, hold on. Oh, there you go.
No, the metal chairs.
The metal chairs are very
Oh
uncomfortable.
my gosh, terrible.
Okay, let's see how that goes. That's it, we can just pull that. Yeah, okay. All right,
Am I on?
you're on, you're live.
Okay.
Live on Zoom.
Hello, my name is Lauren Wingert. I'm going to talk to you about how to find an astronomy location. So we're at the ALTAS conference and we're talking about techniques and gear and latest developments, really cool scopes. But if you've got even if you've got a really cool ball scope, Robert's going to talk about his 8-inch binoscope. There's a problem. Where are you going to observe from? We all have that light pollution problem. So I'm going to talk about how to find a location. So a little bit about me. I've been observing since 2018. I have something to admit, 9 different telescopes. Some of my gadgets and gizmos, modifications to scopes have been in Astronomy, Sky and Telescope magazine, I'm sorry, 8 times. And so before I start on the location, I wanted to show you my first telescope build. So how do I share screen here? Down here.
There you go. And just click on that. And then these are your, yep. Click on that. Okay.
Oh, pretty
Oop.
good.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Oh my God.
let's minimize. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Rid of that. At least
Trying to figure out Zoom here.
minimize that.
That's there. That's good enough. Sure. Okay.
Okay, and there's your arrow.
Okay. So why am I showing you a picture of Bugs Bunny? This is just kind of just to give you an idea of my background. Once a nerd, always a nerd. My kids, when they were little, I didn't just do a birthday cake. I would do a cutout cake, decorate it, spend all day on it. It was a lot of fun. Okay, so kind of an overachiever, I guess you could call me. So of course, when I'm doing a telescope, I'm going to think of what am I going to use for that upper cage? I'm going to use cake pans, right? So I went to a astronomy swap meet night at the Eugene Society, and they had available an 8-inch mirror. And I'm like, Jerry was like trying to encourage people to take the mirror. He said, just donate any amount of money. Don't care. It's been in storage for 5 years. He was encouraging people to make a telescope out of it. And I'm like, well, I have an 8-inch SCT. I have a 10-inch Daub. Why do I want to make what kind of scope am I going to make out of an 8-inch mirror? But the mirror was a little bit more interesting. It is an f4, so it's going to have a little bit of a more wide field of view than normal. So then I was talking to Jerry Olteen about it, and I'm like, well, I'm not real sure what I would do with it. It's going to be something cool, maybe something that folds up or like a travel scope or something, because otherwise, why bother? I already have scopes with the size of a mirror. And Jerry said to me, why don't you make a scope that looks like the Hubble satellite? And I'm like, why would I want to do that? So then he says he was the editor of Sky and Telescope. So maybe I have a bit of an in there as far as getting, when I observe with him and he's seen some of the cool things that I've done. That's how I've gotten things into Sky and Telescope. But he basically gave me the throwdown challenge, and he said, if you can make it look like the Hubble, I'll put it in Sky and Telescope. So at the swap meet night, I essentially got the mirror and I got a free focuser. About a month later, another friend at the meeting had bought a 6-inch Dob, and this kind of broken down 8-inch Meade Starfinder. She didn't want it anymore. And I thought about that. I remember talking to her about it. So I emailed her. I said, would you be willing to donate that to me? And I gave her a wide field eyepiece for it. And so there you go. I had a starting point. I had a mirror. I had a scope that I could scavenge for parts. I had never built a telescope before. So this was my first telescope build. For the bottom part of the Hubble, I decided to use a dog food bucket. I cut the bottom off, and then one of the cake pans became a flange that fit inside the bucket. And the reason for the dog food bucket was that it is wider than the tube on the Meade scope. If you notice the Hubble, it has a wider back end than it has on the top section of the satellite. So from that Meade scope, all I had to do, there's this wooden block here in the middle that I cut diagonally and widened the base of the original scope to accommodate the plastic bucket. So this is a picture of test fitting the bucket. The bearings on the side, these are the original bearings from the Meade scope that I mounted on the bucket. Because I was such a rookie, this is not the final position. I just wanted to make sure it fit the base, but I had one side higher than the other. I had them not quite across from each other. I think I remounted these darn things 5 times, but this design was very forgiving. If I got it wrong, I could just spin it a little bit, make new holes until I got it right. So I was very happy I didn't have to do any woodworking. I don't have those skills. So step 1, chop this thing up. I guess that's step 2 or 3. Okay, so I had a fun idea with the bucket. I looked at so the bucket is on the scope upside down. So the lid to the bucket that you're looking at here is actually at the bottom of the scope. And when I looked at it, I said, this is my mirror cell. Okay. So I cut out these pie-shaped pieces with the Dremel. And you can see how I've cut like halfway down on these supports. And so then this outer ring all the way around actually captured the mirror without touching it. Got a little ventilation here for air to get in and cool the mirror as well. So then there's the Teflon bottom supports, and then I added carriage bolts in the back for the bottom supports and collimation screws, and then some clips here at the top. So you can see how the lid to the bucket became the mirror cell. So sort of a stroke of genius on how to make this thing go together, I guess you could say. So then fitting both pieces together is kind of what it looked like. And the bucket is kind of tapered. I realized that the proportions didn't look right, but it took me many times of measuring to figure out how to get this to go together, because the two pieces, there's an overlap. There's the distance from the top of the mirror to the where the spider is, and then out to the eyepiece. I think I measured 5 times before actually cutting it. You can see the scribbles all over this thing. That's my scribbling all over after I was measuring. So it's kind of funny. But all I did here to beef up the thickness on the bottom was to wrap it a couple of times in cardboard. And then I mounted the spider and the focuser, did some test observing to make sure that it was a working telescope. And then basically after that, it became an art project. So I was a professional artist for 10 years. I did glass blowing. So this is sort of a mashup between a functioning scope and an art project. I had ordered a couple little satellite dishes off of eBay. None of them were really working. And then one day I was drinking a can of Coke. I looked at the bottom of the Coke can. I'm like, oh, there's my Hubble satellite dish, the bottom of this Coke can. So I cut it out, covered it with it's sticky backed foil duct tape. Okay. And those are disk drive reader arms. And that became the antenna for the Hubble. So I had to basically round up parts and pieces to decorate it as the Hubble. These are floor grates, but they kind of had these spacey oval openings. And so those became the solar panels, if you will, for the scope. And then of course you can't have a big black focuser. I had to cover that in silver. The company where I worked for did electronics disassembly, just kind of as a experiment. But they had all these, the disk drive, like I say, the disk drive reader arms, plates, pieces, heat sinks, parts and pieces that I thought would make good, spacey looking parts to the Hubble. So I rounded up that kind of thing. So this was a test fit on all of that. And so you can see it's, here's the picture that I was working off of. It's starting to look like the Hubble. I'm like, at this point, I'm like, okay, this thing's gonna look pretty good. So that was my first test fit. So those heater grates got some metal rods. The piece in the middle is a wooden dowel. Painted it flat black. I had reflective black plastic behind it. The trim around the outside is from a microwave filter. Anyway, it ended up looking almost identical to the Hubble solar panels. Just for how I decorated the tube, I laid down wire. The plastic is stick-on caulking, for around a sink. And I followed the picture and laid these pieces down kind of in the same exact places that those ridges show up on the satellite. And then covered all that with the foil, the duct foil tape. And so there's the final scope. And the editors of Sky and Telescope liked it so much, they actually gave it a 3-piece spread in December of 2024's Sky and Telescope. And there's the bottom of it, which is very cool. This picture was in the magazine. That's my telescope hubbling the Earth, orbiting the Earth. So in the December of 2025 issue is another one of my gadgets. You'll see that probably coming out in a couple weeks. And that is a thing I came up with for Mel Bartel's Zip Dub, which is a rigid shroud. Most scopes you can wrap in cloth. That design you cannot. So look for my next article. It'll be out in a couple weeks. So we're going to look at type of sites, pros and cons. What considerations do you have to think about before going out in the field? A lot of people never go out in the field. They do their own driveway. And then lastly, how do you find a site? So how do I know about this? I'll show you why I know about this. This is why I know about this topic. My next door neighbor put in a party porch. This is not something they plug in on parties. They flip it on with the flip of the switch. It's their back porch light. They'll go out to their shop in the back, go back in the house, and leave this on all night long. And I'm like, I can no longer observe in my backyard. I've got to find someplace to go. So that was my motivation for getting out of Dodge. I did hang a sheet, a black sheet, to try to block it. That does work, but it's a hassle to spend 10, 15 minutes setting up, hanging the sheet. I'm like, there's still a lot of light coming around it. I'm like, I might as well just try to find places to go observe from. And the other thing, when you spend that tank of gas, spend that gas, That is going to make your gear work better. Even a little 4, 5, 6-inch scope is going to work a lot better out at a dark location. A 6-inch scope in my backyard is worthless. Out at a dark site, I'm resolving M13. So the difference between a light polluted site and a dark site is night and day. Even if you have, even if you have, you know, the smaller size gear that people normally have. This group, obviously we're making 20, 30-inch scopes, but your 6 and 8-inch scopes are going to work a lot better if you can find that dark site. This is your goal. You want to find a site that hopefully your Milky Way will come in that bright, but it normally won't. But you want to find a site where you got some good Milky Way. Some things to think about. This is my car. I have a Subaru, but it has 245,000 miles on it. Every time I go up to the top of Linslaw to the off-road, 3 miles of dirt road, I'm like, is my car going to make it? Drove to Mel's house up over Bend. It came an inch away from overheating. So think about your transportation. Go with somebody if your car's like mine. You can see my talk is part comedy routine, right? So if a friend grabs you and says, let's go here and observe, and they're taking you to a place with ground lights, it's like, just say no. You might as well stay home. You don't want a place with ground lights. I made this mistake when I was new at observing. I went out to a nature facility and it was fabulous. And about 3 weeks later, I went out there again and like, well, the observing here is terrible. And like, well, I picked a night with the full moon. I wasn't thinking about it. So going out there with the full moon made it almost as bad as my light polluted backyard. So yes, if you've got a part of a moon, that still might be better than if you're in downtown Eugene, but generally you want to avoid a full moon night. So be sure you check your lunar forecast before you go. You also want to be aware of places that have drive-by traffic. You don't want to be bothered. You don't want somebody coming to harass the astronomer that might be there by themselves. You've got the car lights coming at you. You want to avoid drive-by traffic if you can. A restroom. If you're taking, you tell somebody you're going to go observe and they tell 4 people and they all want to come. Now you got 7 people. Maybe you do need a place with a restroom. So depending on who you're going with and the circumstances, maybe you need to park. A lot of trailheads will have a restroom. Think about, what will your restroom facility needs be like? That trailhead, if you're going up into some mountainous area, what about wildlife? Are you going to be afraid of them? You're going to have that problem? Or maybe you're afraid of this kind of animal, right? So, or this guy's the friendly guy, but do you really want him stopping in on you while you're observing? It's like, it's kind of nerve-wracking. So I don't like any of those 3. Yeah.
So yeah, that's happened to me a couple of times. Say, hey, he thought it was a cannon. Said, no, look here.
Right? It's not a cannon, it's a scope. No, I've actually been in 3 different places where I was stopped by the sheriff. And once they find out what you're doing, they say have fun and they go on their merry way. So this guy's not a problem, but those other 2 could be. So you can take your buddies here, and that's not going to help you against the cougar, but it could be like an early warning device. What you really want to do is grab an observing buddy and go with somebody. That's the best thing that you can do. And if you can't, I will admit I go with some self-defense. This is my pepper spray, my buck knife, and my Byrna. Now the Byrna, that is not a gun, that's a non-lethal. Shoots basically a police bullet that will leave a welt, or you can load it with tear gas rounds and it will put somebody on the ground for half an hour so you can clear out. But hopefully I'll never have to use it, but I do go places by myself, but I don't go without some form of self-defense. Here's another thing that you can do if you're worried about yahoos. If you see someplace on Google Maps, light pollution map, it's looking kind of good, scope it out in the daytime. If you see this, if you see trash, if you see beer cans, shotgun shells, maybe that's sort of a place that you don't want to be at night because people are partying there. So maybe that's not such a good spot. So check it out ahead of time if you can. This is just should be pretty obvious. If you've got a heart condition, if you got some sort of, you know, problem where you have um, seizures or something, then you really want to go with somebody. Don't go out there on your own if you've got any health problems. Okay, so as I was saying, I've got several telescopes and some of it is equipment dependent, some of my gear. I'll take these eyepieces with this scope. I need this parts with this scope. I actually made a checklist that where parts and pieces for a particular scope have their own section of the checklist. I still end up forgetting things, but one time I was out in the field and I had a friend that we both had an XT10 and it has knobs on the side that hold the OTA to the base. Well, I have a little bag that I mounted to the base so that anytime I take the thing apart, the knobs go in the bag and they're never apart from the scope. My friend Jose forgot his knobs. He's like, I gotta go home and go get my knobs. And so he left me all alone for an hour where he went back home and got his knobs. So don't forget your knobs. Make a checklist. So let's look at types of location. Schools, they have a lot of ground lights usually. You have people working at night, you have the janitors, you have some teacher there working on a project. The policeman's gonna come around because kids break into schools. I will observe at a school if it's a science night or if it's part of a thing, but to go to a school to observe, wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Just saying. I feel kind of the same way about a park. You have, again, you have the parking lot lights, you have the police patrolling the thing, you got homeless people sleeping under the nearby tree. You might have yahoos over here partying till they get kicked out. On the other hand, if you have a larger group, a park is good because you are going to have a parking spot, you are going to have a restroom. So, depending on the situation, you might want to park. And the more rural the park, the better it might be. But generally speaking, I try to avoid parks. I like someplace as dark as I can get. This is about as dark as you can get. This is Crater Lake. And I was really gung ho one time. I loaded up my car at 3 in the afternoon. I drove to Crater Lake, got there at 6 or 7, observed till midnight, got in my car to drive back home. Just about fell asleep at the wheel. That's a 4-hour drive for me. So if you're going to do the national park thing, there's only 1 or 2 of them, 3 of them in the state. They're generally going to be a very long drive. So I did go 2 more times and I got a hotel and was able to crash overnight before driving back home. So I'll never do that thing where you're going to fall asleep in the wheel again. That was brutal. And that was a mistake. So make an astro vacation out of it. I might even do 2 nights next time I go, because here in that Bortle 1 perfectly dark sky, I was looking at M33. If you're familiar with M33, it's more of a background brightness. My backyard is dark enough to where I can see M33, but it's more of a brightness smudgy thing in the background. Very hard to make out. Here at Crater Lake, the thing looked like Andromeda. It was fabulous. So again, you want that Bortle 1 sky, but be safe and don't kill yourself driving like I tried to do. So what about a cemetery? Wow, this one gives me the creeps. Got to admit, I have observed in a cemetery a couple of times. The one nearby my house is outside of town. It's fairly dark. It was actually pretty nice as far as the view goes. But then I went with my brother a couple of times. I went there by myself once, and of course I got people coming in and they're we saw each other. We both packed up and left because it was pretty creepy. So a cemetery will get policed. You have people that come in and like to hang out and do stuff. I don't know what. And if I'm there doing astronomy, I don't want to be in a cemetery when other people show up. That just kind of spooked me. They can be marked, please don't be here after a certain amount of time. They can be policed. If a cemetery is very rural, it might be fabulous. You might not have any of these problems, but this seminary for me is in between Albany and Salem. There's easy access, so not such a good idea for the one that I tried. Here's a really fun solution for an observing location. Just take your observatory with you, right? So that's a pretty expensive solution. They've created this trailer, put the camper on the trailer and mounted the observatory there. That is probably a $70,000, $80,000 or more solution. I don't know, but most people are not going to be able to do that. But you can take your observing station with you. How about that? So. We have a couple of wildlife refuges in the area. And for me, these are no-go zones. They have signs, little 2x2 signs, warning, you're being filmed, it's being policed, they basically tell you you're going to jail if you're there after dark, right? So, very nasty signs. You're probably not going to have a policeman or sheriff, but you might have a park ranger coming by. You might have hunters that have overstayed their hours. Basically, they don't want people there after hours in the wildlife reserve, at least in the ones around Salem and Albany. So for me, these are no-go zones. Question?
Yeah, I think it's best to do it during a government shutdown.
There you go. Right. Visit it now during the government shutdown. There you go. But basically, even though these can have really dark skies, they're essentially no-go zones.
If you're gonna go, you have to go through you have to contact whoever's in charge, you have to get permission.
I asked permission for this reserve and they said, heck no. I'll use the other word. But
Time for something like this, that's what you're gonna get.
right.
And then you
Right.
just go somewhere else.
Right. So that's the other point I'm getting to at the end. You can ask for permission. So here's another fantastic solution. You spend $5,000 on that plot of land out in the desert. You put in a deck. You put in a shed for your gear. You can do a really cool thing pretty inexpensively. Or you buy that fancy house in a dark area and just wheel your scope out of the driveway. And that's the ultimate solution, the private residence in a dark area. But this is really not that expensive if you wanted to buy a piece of land, put in a deck. You can see there's a cement pier in the middle where the scope's sitting on a cement pier. So you can walk around it and you have the scope up off the sand, but you're not going to have the shaking. Maybe I'll do that when I retire. I don't know. I have to go shopping for a house in a dark area, right? So now we're getting to more the areas that I kind of like. This is a farm field, probably just growing hay. What makes it, I say it's generally safe here, because it's not a destination. A destination would be a school, a park, places where people go. Oh, let's go hang out here. When you think of, oh, let's go hang out in some random farm field, that doesn't come to mind. So you don't have people coming here, okay? The downside is you're going to have to pee in a bush. There's no facilities. But you want to look for more a farm field with a dead end road. You don't want that drive-by traffic. I really like this sort of thing. I have one just outside of Corvallis that has a dead end road. There's one farmhouse. It's almost a half mile in on the end of the dead end road. And if you go all the way down to near the farmhouse, there's actually a little sign that says county road maintenance ends here. So it's a county road. You can park behind, you can set up behind your car on the county road. You are not trespassing. You're on a county road. So that guy can get as mad as he wants that you're on the road into his house. Doesn't matter. That road services all the fields around his house and you're not trespassing. The other thing I like to do is maybe there's a little turnaround area on the road. You can get a little bit off the road if you want. You have to be a little bit careful. We found out, I had recommended this site to somebody in the Eugene Club. They had a little pull-out area. The guy that had the field that lived in the farmhouse got peeved when he saw somebody in that pull-out area, said, "You're blocking my property, please move." They were made to move. They moved 10 feet away on the county road. But the guy on the other side, he loved having the astronomers there and he sent his kids there to observe with us. So depending on which turnout you pick, it's either good or bad. So if you don't want to have any trespassing concern, stick to a place on the road where you're not going to have that kind of concern about trespassing. So like I say, a turnout area. So the Eugene Club has a turnout area kind of on the road up a mountain. It's there's darker sites further and further you go up the road, but this is like half an hour outside of Eugene. It's a turnout area where the skies turn kind of dark. And so a turnout on sort of a mountain road can be very good. It's like we set up there, there's like a tree growth area, clear cut area. There's a fence to get to it. Nobody's going to be going there at night. They're not going to do lumbering at night. They're not going to be doing anything there at night. So even if we're in front of their fence, they're really not going to care. So setting up in a turnout area, it's kind of like, that's kind of my go-to thing. And it's almost like, well, just do it and ask forgiveness later. It's like worst case scenario, the cops aren't going to care. The sheriff's not going to care. They know that you're not hurting anything. They'll say, have a nice time. And worst case scenario, somebody will say, please move. So you move. I mean, it's like, but turnouts can be really good. So that's what I like to look for, kind of a farm field or slightly remote area with a turnout or a dead end road. The problem is there's a trade-off. Okay, so if you have that forest area, this is Lynn's Law that I was talking about on my car, I'm not making it up to the top. This is a hilltop, and this cutaway area actually sits atop the tree line. You're looking over the trees, and this is on Highway 128 as you're going from Eugene into Florence. So you're at the top of the Coast Range over the tree line. This site is fantastic. This site is also 1 hour and 45 minutes from my house. So I will go there. Conditions have to be really good for me to make that drive. But I will go there. It's fabulous. But this is not your go-to site because by the time you load the car, make that drive, do your observing, drive back home, unload the car, you got 4 or 5 hours invested in just your driving and your unloading and your loading. So yes, use your forest areas, but I can't recommend, oh, go to the forest every time. It's just so much work. So that's why I stick to something more just outside of town that's where you're out of the light dome, but you still have a much darker view, darker sky than when you're in town. So go out of town when you can, but it's just a lot of work. So because of that light pollution that I have in my backyard, you can see I was keeping a list. I'm probably up to 45 or 50 places so I'm talking to you here from experience. I'm like, I got to get out of my backyard. This is a list of all the places that I've tried. You see, so private residences are generally the best because you have that bathroom problem is solved. You have that security problem is solved. If they've got a house in a dark place, problem solved. So your ideal situation is that private residence. And if you don't own one, make friends and go visit. So I've observed at a bunch of different parks, national parks, observed at schools. These were generally for science night kind of events. I have observed in various nature areas, dead end roads, off-road pullouts, cemeteries, vacant lots, you named it, Mary's Peak. I've tried it. So
Why do you have some,
the ones marked in yellow? Oh, good question. Why are some marked in yellow? Those were sites where I went all by myself. So just to show you that I'm not always going with that companion. So this is probably 30% of them, 40%. I actually went on my own. My funniest story was when I heard rustling in the bushes in front of me. This was OSU Research Forest. I didn't go into the forest. I was in front of the gate. I heard this horrific rustling noise in front of me. I thought somebody is going to eat me, right? So I turned on my police flashlight. That's part of my self-defense stuff. I can temporarily blind you. You know, I'm using my light pollution knowledge against you. I can blind you for 3 or 4 minutes. You won't be able to see a thing. High power police flashlight. And guess what I blinded? I blinded some big fat skunk sitting 3 feet in front of me. I'm like, oh, holy cow. I'm like going, oh no. So I turned off my light. I backed up 20 feet all the way to the gate. And I'm just like, I'm just like, well, I wonder if it's gone. And so I went back to the scope and it was gone. But I'm like, scared the behooshoos out of me because it's like this thing, even though it was, you know, some little 18-inch long animal, made this noise that sounded like it was a coyote. It was just so loud. But anyway, other than that, I haven't had any run-ins with wildlife. So this is the light pollution map, and you can see this is for Lynn's Law. That's our class 2, Bortle 2. And this, of course, I like this overlay on the light pollution map, but it's completely out of date. You can see this is 2015. That's 10 years out of date. Okay. So you can't trust the readings on this. It shows a 21.94. I mean, that's 0.06 away from your perfect dark site. Well, not anymore. Okay, so I think when we do the SQM reading out here, the best we've ever gotten was a 21.5. I think it comes in about a 21.2. So you generally want something, and I like this. This is more, this brightness scale here is more of a linear scale. So it's technically incorrect, I guess, if you will. But you want to look for something that's probably like a 21 at least. And if you're looking at this linear scale, this says it's a 10. You want something that's like 100 or lower. But that's kind of, if you're looking at the light pollution map, look for something that is going to be, you can go by the class 2 or class 3. I'll show you that here in a second. This is Ravenwood. This is my backyard. And you can see they have it here as a orange. Class 4. 10 years ago? No. So it's probably more like a 5 now. But it's not horribly bad. I'm on the edge of town. I'm not in downtown. So I can still get observing done in my backyard when that porch light thing is not on. So here's the lay of the land for Oregon. I don't know how many of you in Zoom are out of state, but this is Albany, Corvallis, Eugene. You can see that your downtown areas that's a bright white zone, horrible to observe in. Then you go to red, then you go to orange, and then yellow. And then as you get out of town, I mean, the yellow areas are kind of okay. You basically want to try to hit this green or this light blue kind of band. To hit that Bortle 2, that Linslaw area, you're gonna be here in this dark blue. You know, out here in Crater Lake, you're gonna be in this black zone. So, but there's a trade-off. The further out of town you go, the longer your drive's gonna be. The darker it will be, then you have that long, long drive. So you're gonna get pretty good observing in this blue, light blue, or the green kind of zone. You can see I've got this clicked here in this light blue, and that's still a Bortle 3. And you can see that's a 31 on a linear scale, and Linslaw was a 10. So this is still pretty dark. Of course, like I say, these readings are out of date, but it's all relative. I mean, as the towns grow, then these zones kind of stretch out, and it's all kind of relative. But so the light pollution map, even though it's out of date, will still help you find a dark site. It's lightpollutionmap.com. You can just Google that. Then they have a click down box for different overlays. Look for this Atlas one like this. The other ones I don't like, but so to find a dark site, you want to use a combination of your light pollution map and Google Maps. And so this is Google Maps, and you can see here's Albany where I'm at. Here's Corvallis. That farm field with that dead end road that I observe in, that is here off of Greenberry Road. It's kind of down in here. This is Finley Wildlife Reserve over here. So it's 10, 12 minutes out of town, in a fairly dark area. You can't go into here because that's the wildlife reserve, but it's nice and dark. And this is the same area on the light pollution map. And you can see now we've jumped up to a 71, and it's in the green zone. And that probably is still true today. It might be trending more toward a yellow zone. The issue with this site is that it's dark, but you do have 3 different light domes. You have a Eugene light dome. You can see the light dome from Corvallis. You can see the light dome from Albany. But guess what? If you can see the light dome, that means you're not in it. So, and that is going to wipe out your view from, the ground up to 20 degrees to you're aiming above that light dome. But when you see those, then well, okay, pick a different direction to observe if you can, or go above it if you can, but at least you're no longer in it, right? So, but I love the site because it's dark enough. This is only 35 minutes from my house versus that hour and 45 to get to the top of Linslaw up out in the forest. So if you want to just, and it's dead end road, it's a site where I feel safe enough to go by myself. And I'm not going to go by myself to off road and a dirt road to the top of the mountains in the middle of the forest, 2 hours away from home by myself with a car with 250,000 miles. Not doing it. Here I will. I mean, the tow truck can find me much better here than some off-road place, right? So, but here's what it looks like. This is the county road. You can see the farmhouse is way down there. So go in about 3 or 4 telephone poles, wing a UE, set the scope up behind your car. Absolutely unobstructed view, 360 degrees. So farm field, outside of town, dark kind of area, unobstructed view, can't beat it, short drive. So this is my go-to kind of thing. So that's what I'm hoping that maybe I'm helping some of you figure out what to do finding a dark site. So like I say, I've tried them all. This is kind of what I found is kind of the best. How am I doing on time? Am I running ahead?
Yeah,
I'm talking too fast, so because I'm a little nervous, right?
Actually, about 14 minutes.
Well, I'm almost done, so well, I'll be probably because I'm a little nervous. I'm talking fast, but anyway, so I can relax and slow down. Got it. Okay. I have another site. I call it my favorite site. that site I just showed you is 15 minutes south of Corvallis. This one is 15 to 20 minutes north of Corvallis. This is also 35 minutes from Albany. Just take a look at it. Fantastic. That's my brother. We did a 5-scope shootout there. We were comparing the 13-inch zip dob to a 6-inch, to a 10-inch, to an 8-inch Evo, to a 9-inch Evo. It's kind of just comparing views. We'd get the same, it's kind of a gearhead thing to do. Let's see what this object looks like in 5 different scopes. Very fun. But this side is literally the darkest place I can find in the entire Willamette Valley without going up into the hillside of the mountains. It's a Bortle 3. Sits in between Kings Valley and Monmouth in the middle of nowhere. So I have not told anybody about it. I go there myself many times. If you want to come observe with me, I'll take you there. But basically, I'm not going to tell anybody about this because it only holds 2 cars. So you have a group show up there, not going to work anyway. So you want to come?
Wear a blindfold the entire trip.
Right, exactly. This is my secret site. So I'm going to blindfold you and put you in the trunk while I'm taking you there. Exactly. Okay. So the last thing here is I'm going to walk you through a real life example. Okay. My dad is 90. Yeah. Okay. To give you some perspective, his mom made it to 103. His dad made it to 96. So I expect my dad, he'll go out there and chop down a tree. I mean, I expect he'll be around till he's 99. He's just that kind of guy. But still, he's 90. So we did Thanksgiving at my dad's house. And so the White Pin, he's in Medford. That's 3.5 hours away from me. That's not a good place to set up a telescope. But you can see that if we, you see Eagle Point here at the top. Out here in this blue zone is about 25, 30 minutes outside of town. So we thought, well, we checked the forecast. My brother and I went down there and we were looking at the forecast to say, just in case, because, the winter skies, hard to get a clear night. Southern Oregon, more clear nights than you have up here, right? We get all the rain up here. They only get 12 inches of rain a year. So sure enough, the night after Thanksgiving was clear. So I'm like, I brought my 13-inch zip dob made by Mel Bartels down to Medford with me. So my dad's house was basically here. And so if we're at our hotel, go to my dad's house, we're like from here, I'm like, well, so on the Google Maps, on the light pollution map, we decided to look here, maybe over here, maybe this way over here. Okay. Because we thought, well, going back this way, we're just running into more light, right? So out on Google Maps, we're looking at these peripheral kind of areas. And so looking at Eagle Point here, outside of town, I mean, obviously the readings are out of date. I mean, but according to the old light readings, it's a class 3. That is, what was Lind's Law? 10? I mean, 21.9 for Lind's Law. This is 21.77. So almost comparable to Lind's Law out in the forest, right? So we're looking at this going, this area could be really good. So we're doing this at my house in Albany the night before, trying to figure out, we want to set up a scope. I don't know Medford is well enough to where am I going to go observe, right? So I'm like, well, let's see what we can see. So given that we kind of like that area, then here's the Google Maps. And so here's Eagle Point. And so to get out here to that kind of area that we noticed on the light pollution map, there's this little triangular piece here, right? So here's a enlargement of it. So we're seeing, well, here's a little road here, here's some road here, here's the road here. It's like, I don't know. So we're like looking at this going, I was like looking at this one. And so here's a close up of that. So here's a gate. So given that there's a gate, I'm like, well, it's probably private property, but there's nothing really here. My brother and I were like, well, maybe we could sit up here in front of this gate. But you're still pretty far onto the property. So I'm like, well, maybe that's not a bad idea. And he's like, well, that seems more like a main highway. But he didn't like that idea. So we thought, well, we'll take that little triangular piece that I was showing you. And I thought, well, forget this, we'll look this way. So just by looking at it, reasoning it out, we decided to look the other way. My water. Excuse me a second. Stop for a second, get some water. So here's that area with the gate. So instead, looking along this road, this looks like a private residence, so that's a no-go. This road looks like it serves a couple private residences, but here's like a learning center, right? And I'm like, night after Thanksgiving, some kind of learning center, there ain't gonna be nobody there, right? It's not gonna be open. They're not gonna have classes. 8 or 9, let's say we're doing family gathering, playing games or cards or blah, blah, blah. And okay, 9 o'clock, see y'all, we're going to go observe, right? Anybody else wants to come join us. Well, at that time at night, day after Thanksgiving, you're not going to have anybody at this learning center. And so I thought, well, what about right here at this little access point for it, right? And so they had their own gate. You can see the learning center is way back here. You have a nice little driveway turnaround area, that access point that I was telling you that I like, unobstructed view. I'm like, bingo. I had no idea where to go in Medford to observe. 20 minutes of research, found this driveway. That's where my brother and I set up. It happened to be 29 degrees. I had the scope fully shrouded. I forgot the 9-volt battery, and the primary and the secondary were starting to frost up after about an hour and a half. So it's that cold. But we got the best hour and a half of winter observing I've ever had in my entire life. Best winter sky that, because down in southern Medford, the sky was, I think, more clear than we get a lot of the atmosphere and the moisture up here. So the sky was so clear down here. I literally felt like I was at Crater Lake down here. It was like far better than I could have predicted from the light pollution map. So that's a real life example. How to find a site, nowhere to go, had a perfect observing night. Not a single car came by. We were all by ours, brother and I. The family decided not to join. It was too cold for them. Go figure, right? I'm like, I know what I'm going to be seeing. I'm going to go because how often you get a nice clear winter sky in Oregon to observe in, right? You don't get one. But so anyway, that's how you do finding a location, even out of town when you don't know the area. So
Was
How
the
about-
gate closed when you got there?
the gate was closed. Yeah, we were in front of the gate, and
Oh, I'm curious.
yeah. So any questions? I mean, yeah.
When you observe, when you go out one of these places, do you measure the sky darkness and notice it so that you can kind of update the information?
Well, that catalog is more or less in my head. But obviously, like you say, depending on the transparency, I mean, how, if there's a piece of the moon lighting up bad transparency, I might not be getting a good feel for the actual darkness, but that's probably a piece of gear that I need to get, is that SQM meter. I have a cell phone one, it's just not that accurate. But I have not taken any readings. Yes.
So a new alternative is Skylark, south of Pineville. The Portman Club has bought that property and developed it.
Oh, nice. What's it called again, though?
Skylark,
Skylark?
we have 40 slots now.
I understand there's one outside of Goldendale. What's that one called?
There's Goldenville Sky Village. that-
Goldendale Sky Village.
Fine.
You buy into it, right, right.
Isn't that in junction with Seattle Scientific Society? Yeah. The Skylark, the problem with Skylark for you is it's probably the same as it is here, it's 4.5 hours.
Skylark is 4.5 hours from Albany. Yeah, that would be a problem.
So it's an overnight, it's a two trip.
Skylark is for the Rose City Astronomers Club star parties.
Right.
Go there. You can go there by yourself if you're approved, but it's really a social thing.
Yeah.
So my brother, just to let you know, my brother got me into astronomy. My dad actually found a very old telescope in the closet. I checked it out, decided it was a piece of junk, sent it off to my brother. He ended up throwing it away. I'm like, why'd you throw it away? He's like, you don't want to torture anyone with this. It's that bad. So he knows. I didn't know at the time. He is the scope tech for the Seattle Society. They have their lending library. When the scopes come back, he'll make sure they're in working order before they go back into service. But when the scope came to him, he started blabbing about everything he was doing with astronomy. It got me interested, and I ended up buying an 8-inch Dob after talking to him. Yes.
Very bottom. The variable frequency drive that goes that OTA right there behind you, that white telescope. And it was on the thermometer mount that I bought from me, and I learned how to use it. I took it up to Large Mountain. It's really a nice observer place, east of Florida. And I don't know if your dogs on each snake wagon. And I hooked up that variable frequency drive to the battery, and I thought I had a wonderful night.
Yeah, how's that battery?
Yeah, until.
I don't know if you can hear. I don't know if you can hear on Zoom, but
Downhill most of it. So I pushed that thing down Large Mountain. Some of it I can, steer, and some of it I really had to push. And I kind of get down to where there were some telephone poles, and there was these two guys. You could hear them for miles. They were squealing. They had this big hot rod car, and they were just having a blast, 3 in the morning. And I flagged them down, and they gave me a jump.
nice, nice.
Yeah.
Well, imagine if they weren't there, you'd be stuck there, right?
I'm probably still.
Yeah. Talking about observing at a dark spot, using the battery to run a scope, and then the car died. Any other questions? Okay.
Any last comments you want to make?
No, that's it. That's how you find a location.
Still back there, so people haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
The grill finally did its job, and there's still food out there. It's
Ah.
probably now gotten cold, but. Brad, did you
Nope.
have any?
Thank you,
Brad.
Rob.
This is very nice. We probably
I'll say if anyone is interested in observing at Skylark, talk to me. I'm happy to take anyone out there as my guest if you're not an RCA member. But we do have some club rules for observing there.
Okay. Okay. All right. So now we have next up. Let's see who is next up. Oh yeah. We have Tim, Carl, and Steve, who are 3 members of an international collaboration discovering faint large-scale objects. And if you guys are all ready to go, I see you're all there, which is nice. So if you're ready to go, hop on.
Yep. I think we can get started. You ready, guys? Yep. Okay. Let me just share my screen. Okay, can you just confirm that you see the screen?
Yes, we do.
Awesome. A second. Okay, well, welcome everyone. Hope you guys are all doing well and having fun at the workshop. So we already had some interesting presentation this morning and hopefully some good barbecue as well. So as you've probably seen in the agenda, we'll talk about the collaborative projects and dive into all the aspects of it. And well, we hope that you will like the presentation. So the name of our presentation, as you can see, is an introduction to collaborative imaging and how amateurs can contribute to science. Speaking today is myself, Tim. I'm the founder and lead of the Deep Sky Collective. And I will talk about some organizational and coordination related stuff. Then we have Carl, our head of pre-processing, talking about the pre-processing steps we take to make these collabs. And then finally, our main editor, Steve, will talk about the editing side of things. And then at the end, I'll just round it off with some insight into amateurs contributing to science. Okay, so, well, some of you might know the Deep Sky Collective, some others might not. So let me just briefly explain what we do basically is some collaborative imaging. So we have a few dozen of people and we'll shoot the same target. And it all started back in 2023. Basically, I had the idea to shoot M86, as you can see on this image right here. I hope you can see my cursor.
Yes. Yep.
Yep, perfect. And so the idea kind of was to get, the main H-alpha stream, but then a lot of pictures also included the H-alpha cap at the top right here. And so I was kind of interested by that, and I wanted to know, is there anything in between? At the time, I only had a color camera, so doing H-alpha isn't exactly the best experience. But a friend of mine had a mono camera and the H-alpha filter. So I thought, why not combine those two and kind of, together do a deep image? But then kind of also came the idea of, well, why not extend this idea to a bigger extent and, well, go bigger? And that's kind of where the collaborative spirit was born. So following that, I kind of started messaging people, like 20 people or so, maybe a dozen signed up for it. And then I set up a centralized platform to communicate, got those dozen people, and we started working on it. And the pieces kind of fell together. So we got Carl joining, who knows a lot about pre-processing. We got Will at the time, who was the editor at the time. He got a workflow which we used, and everything just came together. At the end, we created this deep image of M82. And well, it just exceeded expectations, super happy with it. And from there, we kind of just went, well, why not keep doing this? Because, clearly it's a good idea. We can achieve some good things with it. And from there, we just kept going, kept growing, and kept evolving. Currently, we are up to 60 people, out of which about 40 people are active. And together we can create those new images that go deeper than before and are not possible doing solo. But perhaps most importantly, at least for me personally, we take a very individual hobby, which is astrophotography, and we kind of make it a collaborative thing. So we engage the community, which I think is a very nice thing in a hobby like this. So next up, now that you know a bit of the history, let's talk about the organization of the Deep Sky Collective. So as some of you will know that with big groups, it's important to have good communication. And for that reason, we kind of chose to have the group centralized on Discord. Why Discord? Well, I just find it very easy to kind of organize stuff. As you can see on the right-hand side, we have those different chats. So we have centralized chats. So we have project, for example, where I will post things about like the project. So sharing information like rotation, imaging, like coordinates, stuff like that. Then we have equipment, so everyone's going to post equipment, so we know like what's going on with that. General, just for general discussions, and data progress where everyone can share how much data they got so far. And doing that, we get some clean overview of what's going on and don't get lost in the mess, let's say. So other than that, we also have different roles. So we have a big field of view role, a small field of view one. So again, that will depend on the setups we have. We have the editors with pre-processing, coordination and organization, which would be me. So everyone kind of has the task that they do. Then we also have guidelines that we have to ensure the quality of the data. So that, well, Carl is going to talk about it a bit, I think. So I'll leave that to him. So next step, and that's perhaps what people ask me about the most, is how do you guys find those quite unique targets? Because that's kind of the core of the Deep Sky Collective. If you just shoot a target that has been done tenfold already, it's not going to be very interesting. So what we do is, choose those interesting targets and make it a group project so that it's interesting for everyone to shoot. No one's going to be bored, because if you have something that's very boring, no one's going to shoot it and you're not going to end up with a good image. So yeah, that's a very important thing of doing those collabs. So what are the criteria going into this? First of all, we have the field of use and the different systems that we use. So again, we'll have refractors, Newtons, some other systems as well, and different kind of cameras. So based on that, we kind of have to choose targets that, will fill that field of view, are not too big, not too small. Next up, we also have aesthetic. So we want something that's, pleasing to the eye, because if it's not going to be very interesting internally, but also externally. And you do want that, kind of rewarding feeling when you publish an image and it looks beautiful to the eye. And also observability. So you want something to be observable for everyone in the group. You might have people further up north or further down south in like Texas. So you also have to have a target that kind of covers all the ranges. Finally, is it interesting to science, which is kind of something we focus on, because you do want to contribute to science as well, which I will kind of go into at the end of the presentation. Then yeah, so basically summing this up, we need something that is difficult yet not impossible. So essentially something that's quite exotic. So where do you find those kind of targets? What I do mainly is research papers. So I'll go to, say, Oxide, and I will filter for, say, H-alpha cliffs, or H-alpha like ionization, so something new that has just been discovered. And they hypothesize like some emissions in, say, O3, H-alpha, whatever. And that would be interesting to get some optical data on, because you could gain new insights from doing that. Other than that, we also have websites and blogs from photographers that might not be active on, say, Astrobin. So you can find a lot of interesting targets there as well. If possible, you want to get a reference or at least a mention of, some emissions that you can actually capture. So say this H-alpha or O3 or S2. And yeah, because if you do that, you don't end up taking the risk of, shooting it with like a dozen people, get a few hundreds of hours, and there's nothing showing up in the image. That would be quite disappointing. Examples of past projects would be, for example, the M51. Where's my cursor? Yeah, M51. So this is the first version we did, second one, and this is like a research paper reference. We also did M31 with the ARC, which I'll also explain later. The SN1181, and many other projects that are super interesting, and you can find on the website if you're interested to have a deeper look. So now we have a target. We chose a target. So what do we do now? What do we do now? Is planning. So, well, how do we do that? As I said, we have many different systems, bigger field of views, smaller field of views. So you kind of have to combine all of that. And, get a final image that is nice to look at. So we have to account for the field of views again, rotation, sampling, the bottle data. Are you shooting with a color camera or maybe a mono camera? So there's many different things going into this. As you can see from this example, this was done in Photoshop. We have different rotations right here. And then also a lot of just horizontal at 0. You need to ensure overlap for this particular project of being a mosaic, and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot going into it, and it really depends on the project as well. This one was more difficult than others because of the mosaic, but yeah. Then we kind of first have to decide on the final field of view and set restrictions. So for this one in particular, I wanted the H-alpha emissions on this side, but also on this side. So I had to do a mosaic, and yeah, so this is quite a good example, I would say. We also want an interesting framing, something that's like not very often seen if it is a well-known target, like M51, and include all the aspects of that region. So be it like here the H-alpha regions, we included both of them to have that, you know, everything interesting in the region included. So now that the goals are set, we can actually start the planning, which, as I said, I can do in Photoshop, or also have a planning tool, which I plan on releasing at some point, but I have to improve it before that. Photoshop, you kind of just draw triangles and then rectangles, and then kind of simulate the field of views, and again get this kind of overlay going on, and you see what's happening basically. So now that the planning is done, decide on the data to capture, which is very target depending. So for something like the chain, you might want to do a lot of H-alpha to actually get the H-alpha bridge or the outflows. But for other things, you might want a lot of broadband data to kind of ensure that you get like halos or whatever going on. So that's also something you have to consider. So next up, whoops. Next up, publishing projects. So now we've seen how we organize stuff, how we coordinate and plan projects, but now we actually have to publish it. So how do we go on about that? So as mentioned before, we have those guidelines in place for uploading data. So just to ensure the quality of the data. And now we have to kind of centralize all of that data. And we do that by using a central storage system, NAS in this case, which Carl or someone else is going to host. And then you give a link and everyone can upload the data to that centralized storage system. And yeah, we have all the data in one place and we can stack it from there. And again, Carl is going to talk about it in a minute. Exactly. So data is usually collected within like a 2-week window because we don't want to drag it too much. And then the pre-processing begins. So Carl is going to take care of that. Once that is done, we do the post-processing, which Steve is doing. And we kind of have a feedback loop in that. So Steve is going to create an image. He's going to send it to me and Carl. We give some feedback. He's going to iterate on that, kind of keep doing that until we're at a point that we are happy with, and then share with the group and also get feedback from there. And then once all of this is done, we start doing some deeper research and the write-up for the projects. And for the write-up, you can see that on the website, we have a section that's for the blogs. And in those blogs, you're going to find PDFs with like detailed information about the targets, which we also included on Astrobin. So yeah, we're doing this deeper research just to give some insights into those targets, and also share some information with the community and spark interest in lesser known targets, but also inspire new projects. Yeah, so that would be kind of concluding the coordination and organization side of things. And now Carl is going to talk about pre-processing. I'm going to give it to you, Carl.
Yep. Hi.
Yep.
So let me share my screen. Hi, everybody. Carl from Switzerland. I hope you're doing good. So I've made a big mouse cursor. I hope you can see it. So let me check.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks good on this end.
Let me just enable this. Okay. So I'm going to talk about pre-processing group images. The goal is to get the most out of the data our contributors are submitting. In any case, we do not want to compromise. We're trying to achieve the best absolute signal from it. We want to ensure that our goals are achieved. And so that implies quite some challenges. The most obvious one would be, how do you store, sort, and process this amount of data? On usual projects, we're getting around maybe 500 gigabytes of raw images. And let me get this cursor out of the way. And once it's processed, this will grow to maybe 3, 4, 5 terabytes. So you need to get some big storage or be very patient, as you will need to delete files as you go. Another challenge is, how do you handle so different data? People have all different instruments, different sky conditions, mono cameras, color cameras, and all of this variety is going to be a huge challenge to process. We want to ensure that we extract the most out of each step. And in astrophotography, every percent counts. So you want to do this at every single step and maximize every step. And we will need to adapt. Most of the workflows we're using are not like commonly used and documented. So there is not a rule or a tutorial or something in most cases you will be able to find. So you will need to find your own solutions and ways to deal with this. Our philosophy is about testing. So when we come up with some new processing or addressing issues, we will want to test them. And if we find issues, we will go back as far as we need in the processing and restart and adapt our parameters to get it better. The first questions, or the first question we were asking ourselves is, how do we handle stacking images from different contributors? And so this is getting the most out of the data. It's in this goal philosophy, let's say. And the most common way to do this is to have contributors do stacks. And every contributor will upload their stacks. And then we would do a stack of a stack. So we would stack everybody's stacks and make a final one. It is far easier in terms of storage, computational power, will take far less time to process, but it's not optimal. For one, we will be weighting the stacks instead of weighting each individual subs. And that is already sort of an approximation that will cause some loss. Another issue is that at best, we will need to resample those stacks. It's very unlikely we will find a reference and a reference field of view, a reference image to align to at the first shot. So we might need to adapt the sampling. We might need to adapt a bit the coordinates. And if we do that, we would need to readapt each stack. So that would mean multiple transformations of the data. And if we have to, let's say, align it or rotate it a bit, there will be interpolation. This will cause a loss of signal. That's why we chose to stack everything. So we get every individual files from our contributors, and we will do the entire processing. So, well, we rely on calibrated data though. This will allow us to use the best frame weighting. We will be able to measure eccentricity, FWHM, PSF, SNR, and all of those metrics for each frame and properly grade each frame in the set. Another important aspect is with alignment. So we use, I will get back to this later, but we use an undistorted alignment reference image, and that allows to best transform each image with the minimal loss to the target frame. The culprit is it will require massive amount of storage and massive amount of computing power, but it will provide the best signal. The overall processing, I will go quite fast because we have a website and I will share the link at the end. And if you need to go further into detail, I encourage you to check the website because it's much more detailed. But the first step to handle all those files will be sorting and renaming. We need to have folders for each contributors, folders for filters, and we need contributors to upload their files there. Then we need to check if there are any duplicates, because this happens more often than not. Depending, but I will get back to this a bit later, we could bin some frames. An important step will then be plate solving. We will plate solve each individual file. Another optional step, depending on the images, would be debayering. As I will not get to this later, note that if we have color cameras, we will debayer the color file into 3 mono files. So we have a file for the R filter, the G filter, and the B filter. That will allow us to use those files as if they were mono for the rest of the processing. And it's more than convenient, it's mandatory. A difficult step will be to choose the reference frame, or rather produce the reference frame for alignments, but I will get back to this later. Then we will do cropping, which in turn will allow aligning. And once we're aligned, we'll do grading or weighting of the frames. And once this is done, we can go on with integrating and drizzling. Note that all of our pre-processing steps, or my pre-processing steps I'm showing you tonight, are done with PixInsights. So as you guess, a group project is challenges, many challenges. And as I mentioned before, they come from a wide variety of data, like instruments, different exposures, different field of views, mono, color camera, different sky conditions, different samplings, etc. They will come from bad data. We have set guidelines, but when you get into big collaborative projects, you will always have some bad data coming in, even if there are guidelines. They include, I've seen wrong coordinates, like the scope drifted for some reason, and we have an entirely different target on the images. We have even had uncalibrated frames, cloudy frames, tracking issue with the strikes instead of stars, aberrations, etc. And last but not least, a lot of processing challenges. So we mentioned storage and computing, but we can encounter artifacts like during alignment, or if the reference sampling is not the right one, we can introduce some noise or even strong artifacts because of some processing steps. The biggest challenge would be when you are in unchallenged territories, let's say, where there is no documentation and no known processes, and you need to find your way. So for the first challenge, handling this data, that's the easiest one. For uploaded files, we use a structure with simply the contributor name and the filters. We have contributors upload them there, and then we rename the files. So here you can see I've appended or prepended the target name, the collaborator name, and the filter name. This makes it much easier to handle files later on in the process if they're not sorted into folders. As I mentioned also before, we need to look for duplicates. So we can look for files ending with copy or things like that, and we can also use WPP. WPP will propose an observation time, which can help you to find duplicates. Same way for processing folders. So we will create a folder structure with numbered folders, and this is just to keep a flow. And as if we have issues, we'll come back later on. we keep it in this number fashion, so it's easier to restart from previous points. The biggest challenge we have had is aligning images. So the first one is the sampling. If we have contributors having images at 0.5 arc seconds per pixel and up to the range of 2 arc seconds per pixel, we will need to find some in-between sampling. And if you go too high or too low, you might introduce a lot of noise. So you need to find the right value. We usually start with a weighted average. So if most of our frames are at 0.5, for example, and a few are at 2, then the weighted average will lean towards 0.5. And if it's the opposite, it will lean towards 2 arc seconds. We will try it first. We will align grade frames, stack them, and then check the result. If the result is not acceptable, we will restart. Then we have alignment artifacts, mainly handled with an undistorted reference. Odd pixel are handled with rejection and cosmetic correction. This is pretty standard. We have field of view issues, and I will also get to that later. And our goal with alignments, which is one of the most important parts, is to get a pixel perfect alignment. And a pixel perfect alignment is when any star in the field, if you blink them, not a single star will jump. They will all be at exactly the same position on all images. It's super important to get the most out of it. So our undistorted reference, synthetic reference image, we use a tool called Catalog Star Generator. And we will feed it a coordinate and a sampling, basically. I'm running out of time, so I'll go a bit faster, but bear with me. So we'll provide it a coordinate, which is our target coordinate. We'll provide it image sampling, which is at first our weighted average. And this will produce an image with only stars. And the advantage of this image is that it does not contain any optical distortions. It's a perfect projection. That allows us to align each frame against it and get the best mathematical transformation, one shot from each frame to an ideal field. There, that I will skip. So that's when I started coding for our projects. The first issue we had with alignment was when we had the image contributors with field of views that were much bigger than our reference targets. And that causes many alignment issues, especially if you're trying to reach pixel perfect. So as we plate solved all our images, I coded this script that will crop the images according to the astrometric solution. So if an image from a contributor is too big, it will get cropped perfectly. In addition to that, it will flip images. Like if you have a Celestron Edge HD, you will need to flip the image. Alignment can sometimes cope with it, but when you have a big amount of files, it's best that it's flipped prior alignment. We rotate images in 90 degrees increments, so there is no loss of quality, and we get the closest alignment possible to our target. This cropping step will make the alignment far easier, and most of the time it will work at 99.9% with pixel perfect alignment, but it does require to plate solve all files. And when you have thousands of files to plate solve, it will take quite some time. So that's when I came up with a second script called Batch Image Solver. And it relies on the internal PixInsight image solver, but it does allow to launch it from multiple instances. It's now possible from image solver, but at the time it wasn't. So we can launch 10 PixInsights and subdivide our data set into 10 sets and have 10 plate solves running at the same time. As this script is single threaded, it is very useful to have 10 instances running, as you will cut your time by 10. In addition to that, we can provide a scale parameter. As we usually divide the sets into contributors, we can input the scale that we're expecting. And FITS headers will not always contain this information. And if it does not contain it, image solver will fail more often. So providing it will help a lot. Another very useful feature is that we can set the coordinates we want to solve. So we will input in override coordinates, we will input the center of our target. The advantage of this is that any image that is not centered on the target will not solve. And therefore, you can use this as a rejection mechanism. Again, when you have thousands of files, it's very difficult to blink through 5,000 files and say, okay, this is not the target, this is not, and move them. So this makes it far easier. Last but not least, it produces log files. So when you solve 1,000 image, if one fails, you would have to scroll in the PixInsight console if it's still available and find which file failed. With the logs, you can just go in the log and see which file failed. Given all this, cropping and, well, plate solving and cropping, you should be now able to align very varied data sets fairly straightforward. Once you're done, you should test it. And to test it, you will blink it and you will go through every image, every corner, and all 4 corners, even the center, and check for any jumping stars. If there is a jumping star, you need to retake your alignment parameters. And for this, you will have details on our website. If you got there, your images are now aligned. And that was the hardest step, so be happy. Next step will be approval and waiting. We do this after registration as we have varied samplings and field of views. We need to normalize everything. We need to compare each image with the same scale and the same field of view. So we do this after alignment. The overall idea is obviously that better frames should count more. And I will talk a bit in a few seconds about the importance of 1800-second subs. I will go quite fast on this. This is our weighting expression. So it's mainly based on PSF signal weight, SNR, eccentricity, and FWHM. Now, interesting part, 1800 seconds. We came upon this technique when shooting M51, and we were looking for the HA clips right here. And we had, I think, 80 hours or so, and the cliffs were not visible or barely visible, and we wouldn't understand why. And that's when we realized it was due to the noise floor. So here's a thought experiment. On the left, you can see a representation of a 600-second exposure. The top here would be the full well. Let's imagine the images are starless to make it easier. 600 seconds will push us here, but about 40% we have red noise. So in this image, you cannot see the mushrooms, you cannot see the trees, the mountains, and the sky. Pushing our frames to 1800 seconds will sort of scale them or stretch them, and we will push the signal further up, closer to the full well, though in reality, it's just for illustration, we're not getting even close to full well, apart from stars, obviously. But all this faint signal will be pushed above the noise floor. And those 1800 seconds exposures have been invaluable in our projects. So now that we have weighted frames, we can integrate them. We usually use generalized, extreme, studentized, deviate, but this, depending on the data set, can vary. Sometimes it's not the best. We never use normalization. We have measured normalization to remove signals, so we never use it. In any case, the best strategy would be to test different rejection algorithms and produce different stacks with different settings. And then we will measure those stacks in subframe selector. So here I have three different rejections. And in this one, I'm looking in PSF SNR, but we will basically look for the main ones, PSF, SNR, FWHM, and eccentricity. Here we have 3 images, and we can see the first one provides fair increase in SNR, PSF SNR. It has a lower FWHM. Second one has a loss in SNR and has an increased FWHM. And the last one is sort of in between. But clearly in this case, we can see the first one. So ESD, Generalized Extreme Studentized Test, is the better. Definitely, sorry. In addition to that, we will inspect images manually also, because some things like contrast or faint details are not measurable with metrics. We will also look for noise or artifacts. As I said, the initial sampling can have an effect on this. Next step is drizzle integration, and we have some interesting parameters that are not common here. We usually scale at 1, and the drop shrink is a very aggressive value of 0.35. Usually it's 0.9. The drop shrink is how much the pixel is reduced within the drizzle process before being expanded again. And 0.35 is really extreme, but that was done by William Ostling, and the same way we do everything, it was tested and measured, and the metrics were very clear that that produced the best SNR for the lowest FWHM. And just to finish, I'm a bit late. We have links. So the scripts I've been talking about and more scripts are part of the DSC processing suite, and it's available online. It's free. It's a plugin for PixInsight. The entire workflow is detailed on the website too. It's a tutorial. You can just follow step by step and very detailed. And I think I'm about done with 7 minutes delay.
Excellent.
Let
All
me
right.
stop the
So,
sharing.
hi everyone. So I'm Steve in Melbourne, Australia at the moment. If you're wondering where that beautiful accent's coming from, is I'm French and I've been in Australia for over 25 years. So, you know, that's what you're gonna get. Okay, cool. So I'm Steve. I'm the one who takes care of most of the post-processing for the Deep Sky Collective. And I'm gonna now, this subject of post-processing is something I could very well spend 6 hours just really showing you all the steps that we take to do the pre-processing. I'm going to try to condense that into the essence of what we do in 15 minutes, and hopefully that'll make some sense. Hopefully I'm not going to dive too deep in some rabbit holes, but please let me know if I do. Okay, let me share my screen and let's get going. You all see this, yes?
Yes. Yep. Looks
Beautiful.
good.
All right, so post-processing, the philosophy of what we're trying to do is to make beautiful images that really resonate with people, but we don't want to compromise on the underlying science. So we're really just trying not to make stuff up that's not there. That's really the number one step. Why is this a challenge? Well, because the stuff we're shooting is extremely faint. And even if some of these images we get, I mean, the biggest integration time we ever got was over 1,000 hours. And even with that, like, and I think that was on M31, the 03 arc, is extremely faint. Even with 300 hours of exposures on it, you're really going to have to really aggressively stretch these things to see what's going on. And then you're going to have to deal with all the noise and artifacts that you will bring up when really stretching these things to that amount. Even though we go through absolutely all the steps necessary to try to get the cleanest possible data, at the end, you're still going to have to push it pretty hard. And you need to understand by doing that, that you're not bringing stuff up that's not there. So what I tend to do is have some sort of control pipeline where things were really as raw and not pushed as possible. So I can do validation check with when I push things, beyond what you would normally push them, so that I'm not bringing the noise of a sensor or some weird artifacts left after process. And I spent a lot of time really back and forth with Tim, looking at the images that have been taken by maybe a scientific team and what they've found, and make sure that structurally what we have is matching what is out there within the scientific community. So I'm just going to give you a quick kind of snap. This is what I do in my processing workflow. This is very much where we could spend like 6 hours on this. But here, I just wanted to give you a quick overview. I pretty much do all my preparation of the files in PixInsight in 32-bit. And here you get a little bit of an idea of what's happening. I may do some cropping to remove some problem at the edges of the frame, even though that mostly doesn't happen because Cal does a really good job at getting things really clean. Then removing the gradients is the number one step we really take. Now, because we don't do any normalization, linear normalization, you're not going to have that kind of compensation to make the gradients better. But to be honest, because we shoot mostly from Boto 1, it's really, these gradients we deal with aren't really that much of an issue. However, there's many different tools that we use for gradient correction. I will talk about that later. BXT in correction only to fix the stars, star removal, continuum subtraction, medium subtraction, denoising, and then stretching and iterative stretching, which is something I go pretty deep into. So hopefully here you see the process, all goes in PixInsight, I export 16-bit TIFFs, and then it all gets blended in Photoshop. And the reason for that is because I can have a completely non-destructive workflow and a layered workflow. And I can go back all the steps. I just can't do that in PixInsight. It's just impossible. And masking in PixInsight compared to Photoshop is just not even comparable. So Photoshop is much better at certain things that PixInsight is, and I'm just leveraging the tools. These are just tools, and I'm just using them to get the best out of the data. So I found Photoshop to be much better at blending the images together, and then also dealing with very specific things like color, contrast, and detail enhancements, and blending saturation, things like that. So often at the end of the process, I'll have the full starless process and the star image screen on top, but I tend to bring those back in PixInsight right at the end, mostly so I can bring the stars back in the image using a special script from Bill Blanchard and Mike Cranfield, which reverse stretch the stars and then screen them back into the image. And you get a much better kind of color profile. And you also don't clip the core of the stars, which is something that I particularly like. So that's quickly the overview. Let's go into some of the challenges we face. So gradient removal, it's the most important step. You don't really go any further before you really fix the gradient. Often it's pretty easy to deal with, but the mostly free tools that I use: dynamic background extraction, Grexpert, and multi-scale gradient correction. I always use these free tools so I can compare the results. There's many ways to get to the same place, but my philosophy is that, well, I'm going to test all the tools that do this and on that data set and see what is the best solution. In particular, something like Grexpert, which is an AI-based processing, is really great, works really fast, but sometimes in some situation, it can create some weird artifacts that will show up later. And for that, that's why I always kind of use different methods. So you have different control groups, and if Grexperts create an issue later on, I can then go to my dynamic background extraction version, or maybe the multi-scale gradient correction version, which uses the Mars database to remove gradients, which works pretty good, but I also found that it can also sometimes create issues later on. So you just have to be aware of that. And there's something about AI tools as well. I always have some sort of control pipeline where I use zero AI tool whatsoever, and when ones that I do, so I can see if there are any details of stuff that comes up that's not in the control data, that doesn't have any of these AI tools. So I can make, I guess, a validation check that, I'm not making stuff up. So gradient removal is really the first step. And then we go into deconvolution and AI tools. Björk Simulator is, I think, an amazing tool, and I love using it, but I'm also aware of what it can do and that it can leave artifacts, particularly post-star extraction. This is where you will start to see some issues, especially with a drizzling we're using, which is pretty extreme. Björk Simulator can struggle with that, especially in really faint background stuff. And often I found that the very faint, dusty background will do best if you don't try to really over sharpen it with non-stellar adjustment in Björk Simulator. And often I will use my control pipelines that doesn't have the AI processing on it to make a hybrid of the stuff that doesn't have any of the AI stuff for the really faint backgrounds that doesn't need to be sharpened, and the really brighter areas that needs a little bit of enhancing, and bring them together to get the best out of both worlds. So again, some things that I do to keep myself in check. Continuum subtraction is one of the big things we do, which is essentially we're trying to isolate the pure emission line of a signal in the narrowband filters we use, so H-alpha, O3, and S2. If there were perfect filters, you will only see H-alpha or O3 or S2, and you will probably see no stars. Truth is, you see stars. So they're not perfect filters. And there are contamination from the broadband signal we're trying to remove. So the way we do this is you essentially take the broadband image. Let's say if for H-alpha, you need to remove the R channel from it to remove the pollution from the broadband signal. This is best done really like I do this straight after gradient removal and before anything else. I'm really trying to not mess up with the data before doing continuum subtraction, as I found results vary massively if you do it later on. There are many different tools out there you can use to do continuum subtraction. These are my 4 favorite ones. My favorite is photometric continuum subtraction. A friend of us, Charles Hagen, made an amazing script for that. It's great. I found that most of the time it can under subtract a little bit. So something you need to be aware of, but really like this tool. Another one that I love and use a lot is that I'll call it my classic continuum subtraction tool. It's made by Jürgen Terp. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right, but hopefully I am. He also has a PI script, and it's really simple. You bring your starless narrowband and your starless broadband image, and you have a slider, and you have a visual preview where you can really see how much you're subtracting. I really like that. It's great for like dealing with removing the R channel from H-alpha, for example. And we also work with a scientist from the James Webb team, Dr. Patrick Ogley, and he's developed a tool for continuum subtraction, especially for the O3 channel, where it's going to look at both the green and the blue channel and look pixel per pixel of how much it needs to subtract to get the right continuum subtraction. It's a Python script, and it has been really, really great on some projects, for example, M30, like Andromeda, when we were trying to get the best possible signal and resolution from the O3 arc. And then pixel math, you can use just pixel math with some traditional equation to get it done. But most of the time, I will really use these first 3 tools. So what does it actually look like? I'm going to show you here, for example, this is an HA image of this one of the latest targets we took. So this is the starless HA image where you see a lot of broadband signal, like all these galaxies and things like that there. This is what it's going to look like after continuum subtraction. So here you see we're really cleaning up all the broadband signal out of it. And here you can see all these galaxies are just gone. And all of the dust kind of stuff, the IFN stuff, is kind of getting removed, and we're being left with mostly the HA. Then there's another step that I take called median subtraction, because this image will essentially be screened in Photoshop on top of the LRGB data. And I don't want HA to contribute to the background so much if there's no signal there. So what I'm doing is I'm actually removing the median from the image to completely isolate the narrowband signal. And you'll get to something like this, for example. And this, when screened this on top of an RGB image, will not contribute to the background luminosity and will only really allow you to really control very precisely the H signal in the image, or any narrowband signal you do this to. Median subtraction, this is the equation you would use in pixel math. You have a little $ only in front of the T. Typically, though, I found that if I use this particular equation straight up, just using the median like that is going to over subtract 99% of the time. So what I do is I do T minus the K value. Let me see if I can show you this. I can go on an image here, and if I want to say, hey, you know, this is the background that I want to remove here. So I click on this and I will get the K value given to me. Like here at the bottom, I see the K value 0.0002. So that's what I would do. I would go in there and I would do T minus 0.002, and I'll apply that to the image, and that's what I'll get. I'll get that, and I'll play with that number up until I get the best possible median subtraction. And from there, I will kind of apply the rest of my processing to isolate that signal. I used to do this just purely in Photoshop in the past with levels where I would kind of start to clip in the blacks. I found this to be a much more repeatable step, and some things that I think making it repeatable is a really kind of important part of what we do. So I'm starting to do more and more this median subtraction step. So another thing that I do is often we deal with some images that have a really high amount of dynamic range. A galaxy, for example, has a really, really bright core and really faint arms. And I want to see all of it. I want to see the details inside the core, and I want to see the faint stuff on the edges, but I don't want it to look flat and horrible. I still want to respect the light somewhat, but I want you to be able to see the details. I also want the colors to be brought up in a way that's beautiful, but not like overdone and realistic. So I do two kind of HDR workflow when needed. Not every image needs an HDR workflow, but here in this galaxy on the right, it needed that. So what I do is that I first do a control stretch with an STF just applied, like auto STF, cool, bang, this is the normal dynamic range of the image. I save that, I park that. Then I open general hyperbolic stretch, and I'll do an iterative stretching process where I will first focus on the core and the highlights. And it's very small stretch just to get the core right. And then I'll slowly increase the stretch to then focus on the midtones and then the shadows. And I do that for the luminosity. And then I also do that on the RGB data, because I personally found from experience that different amount of stretch can take different amount of color saturation. And I found that the more you stretch, the more you lose color information. So if I do just one stretch and just apply just saturation to this, I will often not get proper color from the core of galaxies. So here, when I start with a very minimal stretch, that will take in a different amount of saturation. And what I do is that I do all these different steps where I have like, let's say 5 to 6 layers, and they all come in Photoshop. And I will start with the core, I will saturate that, I will bring the outer ring and then all the shadows, and they will all have custom amount of saturation to really bring the entire color range of the image. And then this will be blended with the HDR luminosity layer, and you'll get the best of both worlds. Okay. So I got a little bit of an example for you of kind of, this is just with the luminosity, for example. So this is, here I'm really focusing on getting the core right. Then I'm going to focus on the midtones. Then I will start to really stretch it to see what's out there. And then I will do an absolute extreme stretch to see the super, super faint stuff. And then I will blend all this with my own HDR workflow in Photoshop to try to get a balance of all this. So you can see all the way from the core to the really faint extremes of the image in a way that looks somewhat natural. So that's really the goal. Then finally, noise reduction. Now, noise reduction, same thing. I could spend 6 hours just talking on this, but essentially because different amount of stretch would bring different amount of noise, I treat each part of the image with that have different noise profile, I treat them differently. I don't apply one noise profile across the whole thing. I treat like the shadows, the highlights, every part of the image with a custom noise reduction workflow. Because the really, really faint stuff on the edges that doesn't have, let's say, a lot of morphological structure, and that would have been brought up a lot, would have brought up a lot of noise through stretching, I may have to use different kind of noise reduction. So for example, HRAS, wavelet, and MMT, I like to use that for extreme noise. So I can remove layers in really dim areas and preserve some sort of a larger pixel scale structure. Noise Exterminator, the latest version, is great because it allows you to deal with high noise and low noise quite differently. SCNR, I'd be very careful using this, to be honest, on nebulosity because it kills your green channel. I only use it on RGB stars to remove any green hues. And if you have any purple ring around your stars, one great thing you can do is inverse the image, and then your pink will turn into green, and use SCNR to remove that. That's fine on the stars. I do not use it ever on anything else. Gaussian blur, dust and scratches in Photoshop are good to isolate certain kind of problems. And I also use sometimes camera denoise, same thing, because it gives me sliders, it gives me a visual preview, and it works good on some really faint, noisy stuff. And then again, I use lots of layers, lots of blending, lots of masking to bring this all together. But yeah, hopefully that gives you a little bit of an overview of kind of what we do. My Photoshop projects are really big because I work with, it's completely non-destructive. So I will have an RGB kind of folder that I will have all the RGB layers with adjustment layers on all these things. I use smart objects, which will have filters applied to them. My average, like, I think, what was it, the M31 image we did, which was a pretty high resolution image. I think it was like 12,000 pixel by 8,000 pixels, something like that. I ended up in my Photoshop session maybe with, I don't know, 80 plus layers. And I think the Photoshop file was about 18 gigabytes. How do I process these things? I process everything on a MacBook Pro M2 Max with 92 gigs of RAM, by the way, if you were wondering. So yes, I'm processing everything on a laptop. It's coping pretty well, but sometimes I really wish I had a supercomputer to deal with these high resolution things. But yeah, I think that's it. That's what I've got. The one thing we do, it's the processing checking pipeline. So I spend a lot of time with Tim, sending him the images. It will absolutely pixel peep the heck out of it. And then we'll come back with a list of notes for me to fix stuff. I do the same. I pixel peep the hell out of it. But so does Carl. And we kind of keep each other in check. We'll always cross-reference with other images. And then once that's done, we then kind of share it with a group. We often have other people doing their own process from the same stack as me. And what's really cool about that is that, like, Tim doesn't really share my work with the others, so they do the independent process, and at the end we may have 3 or 4 images from the same data set, and we can actually cross-check that we all come up with the same sort of details. And if I've got some sort of like detail in my image that the other don't, this is where we start to scrutinize, well, what did you do to get this? Because we don't see it. And then we can call each other out if we make stuff up. But yeah, that's what I've got for you. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I think Tim is going to wrap this up.
Yep. Let me share my screen again. Okay, you guys see it?
Yes, looks good.
Perfect. Yeah, so now that you've seen a bit or a lot of our workflow, it's time to talk science. So, well, you might be asking yourself, why would amateurs be relevant for science? Because the pros have the big equipment, right? They have the big telescopes, several meters, low F ratios, and they have a very difficult targets that do require those big telescopes. So how can we possibly help with that? But the issue with that is that big scopes are expensive. You need to apply for telescope time. You need to have funding, which is not always given. And yeah, you're gonna be relying on that. On the other hand, amateur imaging is cheap or mostly free because people will do it for free. We are very flexible. We have large field of views, and we have a lot of people that can do the same target. And by doing so, we can get a lot of data and go as deep as some of the big telescopes. Furthermore, it's very exciting for everyone to be involved in something that's like science related. So there's a lot of motivation from the group to like do something great, because you have that feeling of doing something important, right? And you also bring the people together. So it's again the community aspect, which is quite important. So those are kind of like the upside of the amateur imaging. But then also a big point would be flexibility and the opportunity to test and fail. Because if you are a professional researcher, you don't want to get uh, time on a big telescope that you waited for like half a year or more. You spend a lot of money on, and then it ends up just being nothing. Um, Whereas amateurs, we can image it. We might spend a couple of hours in it, a couple of dozen of hours, hours on it, and it could fail, but then it might hurt a bit, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And you cannot do that on those big telescopes. And for instance, right now, I'm doing some research with a researcher, and also kind of investigating one object, SNR, and checking if there's any signal. And if it does prove to have signal in that particular wavelength, then they will do a follow-up with a big telescope. So that's kind of where amateurs can be very relevant for science. And again, in the Deep Sky Collective, we have that opportunity to get, dozens of people on the same object and get a lot of data, go deep, and kind of show things that you can also show with the big telescopes, but you don't have to. Like you have all of those advantages. Then next up, yeah, pro amateur collabs. So this is a bit of a first-hand experience, which we've just kind of completed a few months ago. That was the first, at least for us, the first pro amateur collab, which was coordinated and planned well in advance. And it kind of revolved around the STS-01 arc or M31 arc, the O3 arc, which I think we're all familiar with. And this was a cross-group project with two other groups, and several researchers. So for us, the Deep Sky Collective, we kind of we had two imagers contributing data. We got Carl processing the data, like pre-processing, and then Steve editing the data, and me coordinating the whole thing. And basically what we ended up with is 312 hours of O3 only, over 500 hours of total integration time, and all of that at f3.6 with 5 imagers and several more telescopes. And so what you get is a large field of view, a very fast telescope, and a lot of time. And that is something you cannot do with the big telescopes because, well, most of the time they have very tiny field of views. And you cannot just commit 500 hours on a single target because you're going to get at best maybe like 10 hours if you're being lucky. So that is where amateurs are very relevant. And again, you don't get those opportunity on the big telescopes. And all of this was done under the lead of Patrick Ogler, which Steve mentioned earlier, from the Space Telescope Science Institute. And he's a galactic research expert. And he had an interesting idea for the origin of the STS-01 arc, which he wanted to explore. So we set up the team and investigated. So we took that risk, again, which you wouldn't take on with like professional equipment. And in the end, it paid off, and we got that paper going. We introduced a whole new class of planetary nebula, the ghost planetary nebula, and yeah, I think that just goes to show how amateurs can contribute to science actively and coordinated. So that was quite the experience, something I think we're all proud of. And yeah, just goes to show what we can do and what lies ahead of us. Because I think there's much more of that to come in the future, not even for just the Deep Sky Collective, but also beyond that. So that's quite exciting. And yeah, I think that kind of wraps it up. So, yep. Yeah. Thank you for the attention. And if you have any questions, please let us know. We have a few minutes for this left. I think some of us may have a schedule that, yeah. So yeah, as long as you guys want, and then we'll see.
Yeah, we have time for some questions. I have a question, so I'll go first.
Yeah.
Have you planned to, or have you already done one of your projects on an apparently blank part of the sky and hoping to discover something no one has ever seen?
So we've done something similar-ish. So what we did is the amateur deep field. And it wasn't directly Deep Sky Collective, but like all the three of us were involved. And what we did is take the big telescopes like CDK 17 or 12 upwards, up to like 60 centimeters, I think. And we just went to a spot in the sky that has never been imaged like deeply because there's nothing special going on really. And we just got like I think 200 hours on it, just to see what's going on in that field. And that's what we did, and that was mostly broadband. So you're not going to really discover anything. It was more about showing galaxies. But yeah. And then
But it was also
maybe
coordinated by the person who did the original deep field with Hubble. And a friend of ours, Steve Mendel, was a good friend with him. He wanted to do this project. He actually picked two fields for us, and we coordinated the whole thing. So we had one in the north, one in the south, about 300 hours each. And yeah, we went deep and did the processing, and again, like big, beautiful star fields that were not really studied before. So we've done that, and also to jump on, like we have done a couple things, like the Stinger Nebula, like Tim, like that was a while back where we discovered a bunch of stuff by just
I would just
roughly.
If I can just add a word about the amateur depth field. So it was for Bob Williams. He was the director of STSCL in '95 when he decided to point Hubble at nothing. And Steve Mandel, being best friend with him, he wanted to do this as a surprise for the 30 years of the Hubble Deep Field. And I just have one figure that I wanted to mention. On the southern field, we managed to get, I think it was a quasar that is located at 11.3 billion light years away. That is a Z of 2.77, which is massive. And this was done from Earth.
Yep.
Steve, go ahead. Sorry.
Impressive. Yeah.
No, I think what Steve also wanted to talk about, kind of going back to your question, is just imaging random locations in the sky, basically. So we did that a bunch in a different project, New Horizon, is just taking like large field of view telescopes at f3 or f3.6, and kind of just image regions and then do a mosaic to get the whole constellation in H alpha and O3 mostly, and then kind of scan everything and see if there's anything new in there. That's directly aimed at making new discoveries though.
Yeah, very cool. Anyone else here have a question? Yes, okay, come up and we have a question. Hold on.
Yep.
All right. Hey guys, that was very inspiring, very interesting. We have a lot of visual astronomers here in the room, but I think that was a bunch of fascinating insight into how all this stuff works. I think whether you're a visual astronomer or an astrophotographer, this is often seen as a solitary activity. So I'm just wondering from you guys, what do you feel is the biggest difference or biggest benefit of working together in collaboration on these projects?
Maybe I'll go first. What I really like about the project is that you kind of merge a lot of knowledge. So you have Carl, for example, who has a lot of knowledge about everything that's pre-processing, everything that's computer really. Then you have Steve, who knows a shit ton about everything that's editing, like really everything that's trying this and then how this might affect the other thing in the process. So you get all that knowledge from different persons, which you don't really find in like a single individual. So it's kind of just a team spirit, right? If you go to anything, to a big company, you will have people specialize in different things, and by doing the same thing in photography collective like the Deep Sky Collective, we just do the same thing. We have people specialize in processing and coordination, imaging, whatever, and you can combine the strength of all of those. And yeah.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's all about the combination of the sum of the parts, I see us as a really good kind of jazz band, like jazz is made out of all these different layers of music that come together to make one piece of music that we all enjoy. So that's pretty much the same thing here. We can leverage what we're really good at. And when we're not good at some things, it's going to be someone else much better than me at doing some other things. And we also keep each other in check, I think. With a kind of the check and balances system we've got, especially in processing. I mean, I can just speak about that because it's a fairly artistic part of the process. And I'm an artist, by the way, myself. I'm a music composer by trade and a sound engineer. So this is what I do for a living. When it can be fairly an emotional thing, getting feedback from others and critiques. I think like not everyone takes critique the same way in astrophotography, and the fact that we have to keep ourselves humble. And I may spend some of these edits takes me 100 hours plus to do. And so when I presented to Tim at first, and Tim come back to me and say, "Yeah, it's all right. There's this that needs to be done." You just have to not be, "Wow, yeah, what does he know?" Like, you can't get on your high horses and just, okay, cool. Like, let's go through these things one by one, see what's going on, take some space from it, and then looking at it objectively and say, "Oh yeah, no, he's right." And then you do these fixes. Sometimes there's things I can't see that he sees. And then once I fix them, I say, "Oh yeah, he was totally right. And I just didn't see that." That makes me better as a processor. And I think we all kind of make each other better that way. That's what I love the most about it, is how much I learn, really. So that's really, really enjoyable. And plus sharing this craft with a bunch of legends really does make it easier.
I will bounce on that. Yeah, I'm very keen on learning stuff. I'm very keen on automating stuff. I'm an engineer, and anything I can simplify, make it automatic, I will like. Anything that presents a challenge will be very likable to me. And I don't know, I just like spending tens and hundreds of hours finding new ways. I find it to be very creative when I'm doing scripts for processes that are not known, new processes, new ways of doing things. And yeah, that's about it for me.
Okay, well, I'm certainly impressed. So I'm sure everyone else is there too. Excuse me. Anyone out in Zoom have a question? Apparently not. So thank
Well,
you very
good.
much.
Thank you.
And so we're behind schedule. That's just the way it goes that way sometimes. But we need to have our afternoon break here. Yes, so we're going to take 15 minutes. So for everyone out there on Zoom, we'll be back at 4:35 Pacific time. So 15 minutes from now.
Yep. Well, thank you for having us.
Oh, thank you for your presentation. Like I said, really impressive. And yeah, I guess what I'm most impressed about is that you guys do all this, and you must all have full-time jobs on top of it. How you find the time is incredible.
It's amazing what obsessive compulsive behavior does. Huh? You always find, yeah. I think that's what it is. You have three sick people here who've got this like astrophotography disease, and we all kind of encourage each other to get even sicker than we are. But and I think you can all relate to that. It's kind of an obsession, but
Yeah,
we think
yeah.
we think it's beautiful, so we love doing it.
Your results certainly are. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for having us, and
Yep.
best continuation to you all.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great
Yeah.
break and a great
Take care.
workshop.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to pause the recording right now. The Zoom will keep going, so anyone online can continue to visit if they want. Okay, we're back, and we have Bruce Howard to tell us about his adaptation of a direct drive to a 24-inch Cassegrain. Okay,
How do I advance the slides?
so we'll have to share. There it is. There we go. We'll put it full screen. Full screen.
Yep.
There we go.
Just
Okay,
use the mouse to advance it.
you
or
can probably use the
arrow key.
arrow key
Okay.
better. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Bruce Howard. I'm an amateur astronomer. I work in Santa Fe, New Mexico now, where I've lived for several years. And I have built this, oh, I'm having a hard time. There we go. That's my 24-inch Cassegrain that I built over quite a few years. It's been in service for 4 years. It's a large, heavy-duty telescope. It weighs 1,150 pounds. So unlike the ones we see here, it makes no pretense of portability. It's bolted to a big cement slab. That's where it'll stay until I'm gone and they bulldoze it. And they better bring a big bulldozer. Here we can see the direct drive motor, the black discs here. This replaces a gear drive that I had formerly used. It was a traditional gear drive, and I have some pictures of it coming up a little later. This motor. Huh? Oh, my volume. Okay, I'll speak as I'm a soft speaker, so I'll do the best I can. These motors are direct drive motors. There's no moving parts other than this one rotor. There's no gears, no chains, no belts, no periodic air. They produce a very high accuracy result. In this picture, we can see the fundamental components of a direct drive motor. This piece here is the rotor, and it's connected through a shaft to the axis that it's moving, in this case, the altitude axis. Here, in this thin sandwich, this is a stator, and it's bolted to the telescope structure, to the bearing package and to the fork here. So those are the two main components. You can also see in this picture, and we'll see in much greater detail soon, the coils are on the stator, electromagnetic coils, 24 coils. And then on the rotor, there's 32 extremely powerful rare earth magnets.
And it's the interaction of the magnetic field between the permanent magnet and the electromagnet controlled by the force one controller that controls the rate of rotation and also the position. Over on the back side is the encoder package, which is not too visible in this picture, but will be as I go along. It's an absolute encoder. It has 60 million counts per turn, which allows a very precise positioning and control of the motor. In this picture, you see the dome here. It tends to exaggerate the size of the dome in the picture. It's really only 12 foot 6 inches. So this telescope is a real shoehorn fit in here, making replacement of the motors extremely difficult. And here's what I consider the advantages of these motors, and then there are a few disadvantages as well. They're silent and smooth. The silence is very strange if you're accustomed to a telescope driven by gear motors and things where you hear it buzzing as it travels across the sky. These make absolutely no noise. On a long slew, all you see is it moving through the space and no noise. Very smooth. It has no play or backlash because there's no gears, chains, or any other mechanical components to introduce play or backlash. There's no periodic error like you might find in a gear drive or a harmonic drive, you were telling me there. And the harmonic drives have periodic error too. I was unaware of that. It's very accurate, mainly because of the quality of the encoder. It's capable of very high speed and acceleration. I put if desired because on my machine being so heavy, getting it moving very quickly is not a good idea. And there's no reason anyway, because the dome will only slew 2 degrees per second. So going any faster than that would be counterproductive. But it is, I think maybe you saw Dan's a couple of years ago, what it can do. It was swinging like this at a very rapid acceleration, only limited by the polar moment of inertia of the axis. And it, like I said before, it's actually in a way simpler because it has none of these mechanical components in it. The disadvantage, it is physically larger than a gear drive, and depending on the design of the telescope, that could be somewhat of a limitation. It has more complex electronics and the controller.
Let's get rid of that on the bottom.
Okay, yeah, there was one other item on there.
Oh, where did this go? Here we go.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
that's good.
Yeah.
So it has a more complicated controller. I use Dan's Force One controller, and so that's considerably bigger and more expensive and complicated than the more simple ones for the gear motors. Well, what happened here? Must have touched the mouse. And it's higher cost. And one thing now, those magnets, which were $25 each when I built it, are probably 60 if you could buy them at all, because China controls the rare earth, all the materials, the precursor materials for these magnets, and now there's embargoes and tariffs and so forth. I don't know about how that will affect the availability of these magnets. And here's these motors. Not all of them would have the same specification. You would size it appropriately for your application. But here I have 32 of these niobium iron boron magnets. N52 is a grade of them with a little bit higher flux. These are very powerful magnets. They actually have some danger working with them. I took some meat off of my hand until I figured out safer ways to handle them. They have 200 pounds of attraction between them and 100 pounds to a piece of iron or steel. I bought them from this place, K&J Magnetics, but they're probably other suppliers. And they were 1 by 2 inch, they're a ½ inch thick. They're drilled and counterbored for screws, which is how I wanted to attach them to the structure. There's 24 coils. These are completely homemade, and these were the biggest challenge for me to make these coils that met my standards. They have 110 turns of magnet wire, and they're wound on a micarta core. For people who haven't used this, micarta is a laminated material. It's not actually a plastic. It's pieces of fabric that are soaked in epoxy and put in a big press under enormous force and then cooked at high temperature. It's an excellent material. It can be machined like metal. It'll hold threads. It's a dielectric, it's corrosion resistant. So I use that extensively. The maximum current is set at 6 amps. And this here, the torque, I measured the torque with a radius arm and a fish scale. So this probably has a 10 or 15% tolerance on it. But 32 foot-pounds is a very substantial amount of torque. So it would be capable of very rapid acceleration, especially on a telescope that was lighter and had a lower moment of inertia. The 20 inches in diameter. The encoders I use are the Renishaw Resolute. They're 200 millimeter, 8-inch diameter, and both axes are equipped with these encoders. And the bearing package, I retain the bearing package from my original motor from the gear drive. I see in some of the textbooks that they usually put the encoder and the bearings, they integrate them in with the motor. But since I already had it, what I considered a good bearing package and a good way to mount the encoders, I just kept it that way. And the motor is only the motor, and it's not integrated with these other components. The encoder, you don't want the encoder far away from the motor, especially on a small shaft, because during acceleration, there could be some wrap up of the shaft. But in this case, the encoders are close to the motor and the shafts are very, very massive. So that's absolutely not an issue.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
So we had a customer and they called it because the force one wasn't working right. They couldn't tune it. And then I finally figured out they had the direct drive motor at the south end of the polar axis. And they had the Renishaw motor at the north end of an English yoke mount.
So they were getting torsional wrap up of the shaft, especially, and it would vary depending on the torque demand. During acceleration, it would be exaggerated considerably. So it is important that there's very little, that however the encoder is connected to the motor, it needs to be free of wrap up. Now that could be a massive shaft or very, very close, but it's an important design factor. The motors themselves, the black part you saw in the previous picture, it's made of 6061 aluminum tooling plate. And this plate it's a casting and then it's ground, so very good tolerance. So it's dead flat, which is important for these motors because controlling the air gap is a major efficiency feature, as it is really for all electric motors. So the more parallelism you can get between the two components, the closer you can make that gap and improve the efficiency of the motor. And then I used the micarta, as I mentioned. I don't know how that came back up, but I used the micarta for spacers and forms. And then I also used the material Nomex paper, which is a paper is kind of a misnomer because you can't tear it even when it's 1/1000th of an inch thick. They use it in electric motor industry extensively. It has excellent dielectric and mechanical properties. So I've used that. And then the yokes, that's one, sometimes in electric motor parlance, they use a different word, but there's mild steel rings involved in these motors, the purpose of which is to close the magnetic path. And in this case, I just used a cold rolled, 1/8-inch cold rolled steel plate. Here's some close-ups. So this is the original drive. It has a big worm gear and then a worm wheel. In this particular design, I have this portion, the motor, all on a swing arm, like a blade, and you can release it with this gate and pull this gear away from this one, which frees it up for balancing purposes. And then a spring, which you can't see because it's behind the gear, will pull the worm into the worm gear and remove the play. And then this is an additional guide to keep it from moving around, which is often a problem with this blade approach. So it's actually supported on both ends by a big bearing on this end and by a guide block, which is Teflon out here. This works quite well. Doesn't work as well as the direct drive, but it works. It was very successful. And then this is the replacement, the direct drive motor, which we've seen a little bit of it already. One feature that was required because of these direct drive motors is a brake. A gear drive is intrinsically locking when it's not running, so no brake would be needed. In this case, when the direct drive motor is not energized, it's completely free. So there would be nothing stopping the altitude access other than a good balance, which in my opinion is not sufficient. So it incorporates these pneumatic brakes. A powerful spring in this cylinder pushes a brake shoe up against the rotor. And then when the Force 1 controller commands brake release, it operates an air solenoid that pulls this down and releases the brake. So it's fail safe, really. There's one on this axis, there's one on the azimuth axis, basically the same. The azimuth axis, it wasn't so important, but it made it easier to work on the telescope. Otherwise, it's on real nice bearings and you can't hardly tighten a screw without it starting to turn. And the brake really helps with the maintenance. Okay.
Mouse over that bar and it'll go down. Just, yeah, right there. Just hover it. Give it a second. It ought to drop, right, Howard?
Right above that.
Go right up, right in the green. Go in the green. Right there. There you go.
I was seeing some
Pull it
reaction there.
down, maybe. You gotta be patient and let it sit. There it goes.
There it goes. Okay, well, let's hope it stays down there.
Keep your mouse out of that area.
It's not advancing.
Do that.
There we go. Oh, it skipped 2. Okay. Oh. Come on, cooperate a little bit with me, please. The arrow key is not doing it there. Okay, well, I just can't get it to stay there. Oh, this was the next slide. This is the motor sitting on a test. This is a motor sitting on a test stand. Because of the extreme difficulty, and I'll point that out later in the presentation, of changing these motors out, I wanted to ensure 100% that they were going to work and do what I wanted. So underneath of this test stand is a bearing package and an encoder. The bearing package is identical to the one on the telescope. The encoder is an older one, but it was still adequate to prove it. And Dan helped me tune up all the characteristics on the Force 1. The tuning of this is much more complicated than it is for the classical gear motor, which basically works almost without tuning. This one has a lot of different factors to get it right. Here you can see a little bit better too, the arrangements of all the coils down here and the magnets. I don't know why the key doesn't work anymore, huh? Okay, here's some pictures of the components. Here we got this is the rotor, and we can see it has the 32 magnets on here. They're north-south orientation. They're not epoxied or anything like that. They're held onto the plate by 2 non-magnetic screws, flathead screws. In this view, we can see the flux ring here, which is made of 1/8" carbon steel, cold-rolled steel. The aluminum plate was machined back enough so that these 2 surfaces are flush. And here's the tool I built to install the magnets once I had some injury. It's an aluminum block. It's split down the middle and has a cavity inside here that accepts the magnet. And you tighten a bolt out here and it holds it. And then I can lower this whole thing down on these rods, threaded rods, until it makes contact with the flux ring, and then release it and take it out. And once I take it out, it's all lined up and the screws will go right in. This was a vast improvement. For one thing, it doesn't scratch anything because you're not pushing it around, and it also saves your hand from being torn up. So
Have you ever broken a magnet?
one did break. Two got loose and snapped together, and it broke one of them. And I had a heck of a time getting it off of the other one because I only had a couple spares.
Well, then you had 3 magnets.
And here's this is the stator. I have much better pictures coming up, but you can see it's 24 coils assembled on the 20-inch ring. The flux ring in this one is on the back side, and we can see that a little bit later. Here are some of the shims that made of the Nomex paper, and the purpose of them is to control the air gap. I made it so that the air gap was very, very close, too close on purpose, and then it can be controlled with various thicknesses of shims, like 1/1000th of an inch and 5/1000. The final gap is about 50 mils, 50/1000 of an inch. That's why everything has to be very parallel, because I don't want it to be 35 over here and 50 over here. It's not good design practice to have it like that.
Aren't those shims going to wear out over time?
No, they don't move at all.
Oh.
There's a shaft through here and a bolt goes through the rotor, through the holes in the shim and into the rotary component. So they're fixed. They're just squeezed or under compression, but they don't have any
Very good.
relative
Thanks.
motion during use. I have no idea why that arrow key won't work, but we can do it with this if I'm real careful. Okay. Here's an assembly drawing of the rotor. And you can see here's the flux ring, and then here's the aluminum part, and the magnets attached with the screws. It's very hard to see in any of these pictures, but the flux ring is flat with this surface. It's a 1/2 inch thick here, and then it's 3/8 thick out here. It's been machined down, so this ring fits flush, and it's held on by the same screws that hold the motor. This has a clearance hole in the steel, and there's threads in the aluminum part, and that holds this whole sandwich together. This is 20 inches on the outside, about 3.5 on the inside. This bolt pattern connects to the shaft that ultimately hooks to the altitude axis or the azimuth axis.
There a reason the flux ring has to be flush with the plate?
Well, it would increase the thickness of the whole sandwich, so I believe it's better to have it flush. Here we have the same thing, but with the coils. And then the coils, the flux ring is on the back, and the coils here are held on in the same manner with screws that go through, and they're countersunk into the micarta form. So this is completely flush. This exposed surface that will be close to the magnets is completely flush. Otherwise, the diameter here is the same. The materials are the same. Just a close-up of how that tool works here. You can see it a little bit better. It has a square cavity inside of here, and then this slice, so that when you tighten these screws out here, it squeezes the magnet. And then the magnet's coming along like a sleeve with plastic separators from them. So I would put them on a workbench, pull it out, grab one, and put it on, and then pull it out and put another one in. Took a little iteration to get that to do what I wanted without getting killed or anything. Here's some close-up views of the rotor, and here again we have the shims here. You can see this is a shaft. In this case, we're on the test stand, but on the telescope, this shaft would carry through and have a flange and bolt directly to the altitude or azimuth axis. And it's keyed to this. There's a taper key, which you tap it down and it removes all play. I don't want any, since I'm going to all this effort to eliminate play, I don't want any in a keyway. So it's a taper key that completely locks the shaft, which is stainless steel, to this anodized aluminum part. I call it the hub. It contains the bolt pattern. And that's why you were saying it was turning, but you can see that the bolt would go all the way through the rotor, through these two holes, and then register in a thread in this portion here. So it's only being compressed. And here we can see some of the wiring here. Dan furnished me with a connection diagram, which I followed based on the size of the power supply, which in this case is 24 volts. You can see the coils I've identified with 3 different colors of heat shrink tubing where it comes out of the coil, so I could keep that straight. There's a lot of wires in here, a lot of connections, and one was wrong. Clearly it wouldn't work, so took a lot of extra care to make sure that they're all identified with different color wiring.
I'm seeing 3 different populations of coils.
Yeah,
A, B, and C.
ABC, it's a 3-phase arrangement.
Okay.
Yeah. the A's are all hooked together, the B's are all hooked together, the C's are all hooked together. Then the controller is moving the power around in proportion to the desired position and velocity. You also in this picture, we can see, in this one it's even better. See this, there's a Nomex paper shim under the magnets. Despite my best effort, there was about 10 thousandths of difference in from all these different magnets, and I wanted them all dead flush. So with this dial indicator, I go around and find the highest one and call that the reference, and then all the others have shims under there to bring them with, there's no more than 2 thousandths of an inch of difference now in the height of every magnet. In this picture, I'm assuring that it's completely perpendicular between here and the axis of rotation. And if it's not, there's some additional shims can be used to correct for any run out of that. So these two dial indicator tests are used to ensure that it's all parallel, perpendicular, and concentric. This is the altitude bearing and encoder package. The one on the azimuth is very similar. These bearing packages work with 2 large Timken roller bearings on either end here. And on the other side of this, which we don't see now, but we will later, it has a thread and it puts a preload on these and it takes away all play, radial and axial play, and makes it totally stiff. This hub is to accommodate the encoder. Now, the encoder has an extremely strict concentricity standard to it. 4 microns, I think, 0.00016 inches. Very hard to achieve. By machining alone, you're not going to get there. So I was afraid of this hub just sliding on here. So this hub was manufactured with a slightly undersized bore, and then I heated it in a pizza oven to 400 degrees, which expands it. And then it goes on here and shrinks down. And basically these 2 pieces are one after that. And then they're final machined between centers to make every piece of all these bearings and all the areas where the encoder is attached to, they're all dead concentric. And that's phase 1 of getting it right. And then there's another aspect I'll discuss a little later. There's some micro switches up here for travel limitation on the altitude axis. It'll go down almost to the horizon, but not quite. And then let's get that. That thing is giving me, it doesn't matter. Well, anyway, at the bottom, I'm not going to move it down or else it'll do that same thing. But the encoder read head is down there. And in the slide coming up, I got a lot better picture of how that's arranged. Then there's a plastic dust cover around the whole thing. This is a shaft that on the altitude axis, you can see how massive it is. There's no run out involved in the shaft. It's 3 inches in diameter. And this bolt pattern, this is the encoder ring here. And these little dogs operate those micro switches. And then this bolt pattern is what holds the whole works. This is the altitude axis, where the mirror is located. These threads here, I had mentioned in the previous slide that there would be a nut that takes up all the play, axial and radial of the shaft. And that registers against these fine threads. And they're not seen in this. There's a keyway and then there's a locking tab, so that nut stays put. This Renishaw offers an additional method to take out any last little bit of eccentricity. The ring here has got a taper on it, and then the mating part that I showed in the previous slide has a taper that matches it. And the ring is held, this is the encoder ring, and it's held onto the part that I made with a big series of metric screws around here. And what they have is they suggest that you tighten these up and use a little bit more or less torque, which at the micron level affects the diameter. So with a good dial indicator that reads to 1/10 of a thousand, you can selectively tighten these screws. There's a minimum torque to them, of course, but you can selectively tighten these screws and you can take the last couple microns out and get it really low. I don't know if I got it to the 4 micron, but I got it real close to.
That's like tuning a bicycle wheel.
Yeah, they do that with the spokes, yeah,
Wow.
but not to 4 micron.
No,
Yeah,
that's.
the same principle, same,
Wow.
same principle. These are 8 inches in diameter, 200 millimeters. Oh, let's go back here. This is just how I made all the rings here. This is just conventional machining. There's nothing special about it. But I had a rotary table and I had this big extension for another project that I had done years ago. There's I think 106 tapped holes in each one. So it's a lot of tedious work making that, but not high tech or special, really just conventional machining. Here's the details of the coils here. So you can see how they're made. They're wound. I'll show the apparatus I wind them on, but they're wound on a core, and then they're taken out, and they have a couple treatments to them. I bake them in a thermosetting varnish, which is something used in the electric motor industry, for an hour and a half at 310 degrees. And then I epoxy encapsulated them with this particular epoxy, which is actually intended for boat building, but the viscosity of it makes it ideal for this use too. And I got them there between 310 and 320. I had hoped to get them closer than that, and this is why I use shims to accommodate this air. You can see the shims a little bit better over here. This was the hardest. Here's the core that they're wound on. To make these by hand was very tedious, so I wrote a program and I used a CNC machine because I made about 70 or 80 of these. These are the cores made of my car that the coils are wound on, and then you can see the countersunk holes that are used to fasten them to the remainder of the structure. The shims I laser cut out of the Nomex paper. This is not my machine, it's a friend of mine's, but it really did a nice job cutting them out. If you tried it with a scissors, they'd look crappy and it would take a long time and they wouldn't fit quite right. This thing puts some like CNC tolerances on it. Really, really nice. This is how I wound them. This headstock I did not build for this purpose. I made it for making gears, and it's used to hob gears, but I repurposed it for this. All I did was add a Arduino screen to count the turns on it, 110 turns. And this foot pedal is a refugee from an old welder. And then I just sit in front of it, and the wire spool is down here. It's got a little bit of friction, so it doesn't get out of control. You can't see the wire, but it comes around this pulley and comes back up. And over here, you can see I just 110 turns and then take it out and start to process it further. Here you can see this form. These are my micarta forms, and there's a Teflon liner to prevent any damage to the wire. Normally, you'd wonder about Teflon gluing because nothing sticks to it. But McMaster Carr offers this Teflon material where one side is acid etched and you can epoxy it. And I found this to be very useful, not only in this, but in some other aspects of the project. Here's a high-tech fixture for soaking it in the varnish. Without this bottom piece, the coils are sitting down in the varnish, and then I just put this bottom piece in, and then I'll let it drip dry for 15 minutes. This has a viscosity of like lightweight motor oil or so, and it sinks into the coil, and then it's cooked in the toaster oven, which hardens it like rock. This is more or less normal motor shop procedure, but it took me a while to get the whole procedure down to make a nice coil. I made some scrap ones at first till I finally got the procedure down to make coils that I was pleased with. This is the epoxy, how I did the epoxy encapsulation. I would put the epoxy on with a paintbrush, and put it between these two blocks, which also have the Teflon on it, so that stuff doesn't stick to it. And then the clamp pulls it hard down on the form. That's why I thought it would do a little better than 10 thousandths on thickness, but that doesn't really, the shims took care of that, no problem. Here's the test stand. You can see the bearing package. In this case, that was not visible in some of the previous pictures. This presents to the motor exactly the same geometry that it'll find on the telescope. And then underneath is the encoder. And that allowed me to assure myself that they worked. Because the next slides, I'll show how hard it is to put it on the telescope. Oh, I checked the resistance with this low ohm meter. Almost all of them pass that because it's really just based on the length of the wire, unless something there was a short or something inside, then it would not pass this test. These are fixtures I had to make to do the change out of the azimuth motor. The azimuth drive is 90% under the floor. The observatory floor is about 3 feet off of the slab, and the azimuth motor is mostly underneath. I had to do it that way to get it into this dome. Plus, it put the instrument package at a nice working height, where if the entire azimuth mechanism was on the surface, it would be too high. And so this sarcophagus goes around the fork and the mirror tub. I've removed the upper structure, and then this is a view looking down on top of this. There's a bunch of all threads with ball bearings under them. By turning these screws slowly, it picked this entire fork assembly off of the azimuth drive, and then I pushed it up against the wall. Again, it's not anywhere near as big as it looks in here. This is an extreme shoehorn fit. This sarcophagus rolls on these. I put some sheet metal tracks under here so it wouldn't mess up the floor. Here's a better picture of that, of the assembly that holds the fork. And now it's pushed all the way against the back of the observatory, and you can see there isn't really much working room here. In this slide, I brought in the hoist to pull this mechanism out. It weighs 275 pounds, so it's not something you pull out by hand. I use a hoist to do it. The altitude axis didn't present any problem like this because it was out in the open where I could work on it easily. Here's the hoist now has lifted the azimuth mechanism clear of the floor. And now it's over here getting ready to be worked on. You can see the same style of encoder here, which I have a better picture of coming up. You can see the cavity it fits down into it. We can't see the top of the foundation, but it's right under here, the pier. Here I'm assembling the stator on the azimuth drive here, getting it ready for installation, doing some more indicator tests. Here we can see these motors are 20-inch and the other ones were like 16.5. So I had to window out these end plates to give it clearance. And to compensate for the material that was lost, I just made the plate somewhat wider, so the strength was not compromised. And here it is, it's down in the hole now. You can see the flux ring here on the stator and the bearing package. Here's a close-up of the encoder and the mechanism here. This looks exactly like the one on the altitude axis, same ring. And here's the reed head, and it's on a slide here because there's a close tolerance too for the spacing between here. The Renishaw furnishes you with a plastic gauge that you can use. And in addition to that, there's a LED that'll turn color to tell you the quality of the, if it's red, it's no good. If it's green, it's fine. If it's purple, it's extra good. So And here shows you what it'll do. This is a 5-second circle. You can see all the stars are in it. The average air is, what does it say? I have to, I'll pause. I'll wait for that compressor to finish. There must be a leak somewhere. There it goes.
Yeah, could you start that over again? On this one?
On this slide?
Yeah, could you start over? Yeah.
Yeah, this slide here is a picture of the display from on the SciTech. They have their own. Who wrote that? Dan? Dave Rowe, and he's improved it a couple times, and it really works good. It generates the pointing model, and this one has it has 25 points, and you can see that the vast majority of them are all within the 5-second circle, and many are much closer than that. The average error is 3 arc seconds. And this is over the whole sky. So they're capable of very good precision. And the telescope is super heavy duty, which helps in that too. It'd be hard to do that in a lightweight one. Every piece of the telescope is, like you've seen, is all massively constructed. It's not portable in any way. Well, that's what I have. Any questions?
What do you use the telescope for?
The optical SETI.
Oh, okay, well, I have another question.
Yeah.
So, how do you compare with the professionals as far as results?
Well, we both have the same results, nothing. Yeah. I don't know if on the one slide, if you can see maybe see the instrument package. On one of the first slides. Here's the instrument package. This is the optical SETI camera, which basically has 2 photomultipliers in it with a beam splitter and an aperture plate, which is usually 15 arc seconds. And the whole principle of it is if a high-powered laser was fired for a very short time, they can outshine the sun by 4 or 5 orders of magnitude for picoseconds. And that would create enough photons so both of those tubes would receive some in a 5 nanosecond window. The starlight, no, it's just one or the other, and there'll be no coincident events. It would take an enormous packet of photons to trigger a coincident event. And then inside of the camera is a test circuit that every 100 seconds it will fire a test pulse into it to ensure that it's working. And that comes from a GPS clock. So it's exactly 100 seconds, and it'll show up on the computer, and that ensures that the equipment is working properly. Then there's a previewer here that has a rotating mirror, and the beam can be rotated up to a conventional CCD camera. And on the dashboard, it has an X, and then I make sure that it's usually right in the center, but occasionally it's a few arc seconds. I move it back manually. And then here is a filter wheel that I made for neutral density filters, because like a 5th magnitude star will swamp these tubes. And I have 7 different neutral density filters running from 1% transmission to 50% or wide open. So it can go down to 13 magnitude wide open and down to about 4.5 with the 1% filter in place. It has a pretty wide range. Without the filters, it would just swamp the tubes, and they're very, very sensitive, the PMT photomultiplier tubes. So that's what it's used for.
I have another.
Yeah.
So how many people or institutions are doing what you're doing?
Well, there was an amateur astronomer that I knew. He had moved to Panama. You spoke to him, didn't you?
Hold on.
Yeah.
And I looked at this telescope the first time, I thought it was an Altown telescope.
Because he has an 8-degree latitude.
Yes, exactly.
So it sits like this, yeah. So I helped him fix his drives. They were friction, but I made, his had wood ones, and I made him machined him some aluminum ones. And it was working real good. And then him and his wife suffered some major health setbacks. He donated it to the University of Panama, and he's no longer active. Then at the University of California, I think San Diego, they have a program. They use the Lick Observatory. There's a 40-inch Cassegrain at the Lick Observatory. And I don't think they do it continuously, but they do have a program. It works on a principle similar, not exact, but very similar to what I'm doing. I think that's all. At the Harvard University, they had a big program, but it was 20 years ago. And the professor retired and the student, they no longer have that. That's the sum total of the professional and amateur, to
So
the best of my knowledge.
What's the long-term plan for this thing? You're gonna live forever, right?
Obviously,
Yeah.
yeah, not too much longer. I don't know. Like I said, when I'm gone, the new owners of the house will probably get the D9 out there and just crush it off.
God, we can't let that happen.
Yeah. I'll put in my will to give it to some university or something.
Where's it?
In Santa Fe, New Mexico. We have, my wife and I, we have a house and it's not a super rural, but it's semi-rural, and it has a nice big lot, and it's very dark, especially looking to the east. To the west, there's a little bit of sky glow, but to the east, it's really, really nice. And that Milky Way is pretty bright.
I'm sure you have a good reason, but that Telrad's pointing down.
Yes.
Oh, I must have had it backward on that picture for that. I don't know. Because I use it all the time, so it's got to be right. Once it's been aligned, because they're absolute encoders, until I have to do some wiring change or something went wrong, it it goes right back within arc second to where it knows. At 60 million counts, that's very, very small increment.
You're not well practiced with the Telrad, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's only occasionally used.
It's used, let's say I did a collimation or something. Now it's not lined up anymore, and it has a very narrow field of view.
Mhm.
So I need to find a bright star to start it. And that's
That's what the Telrad is, he's a competitor to
I- you can do the same thing with my product. You can put it on backwards just as easily. Yeah. You really can.
no, it's for a very occasional use. Before I had that, I'd have to search for a half hour to find a bright star, because the field of view is like 20 arc minutes or something. So you're not going to find much. Sometimes I take the eyepiece out and just move it until I could see a big blob of light, and put the eyepiece back in and find it. But I haven't had to recenter it for a long time.
Your model, put a camera on it.
I have that. I have that red. Let's see. This is a camera. Yeah, when you turn, there's an electric powered mirror in here. And from the dashboard, I can command that the beam either goes straight into the SETI device or goes up into the camera. And the camera has a crosshair. The field of view wasn't really enough for that solving engine to work. So I just line it. It's very high. I just get the star in the dead center of the crosshair. That's what I did. You were on the phone with me one night and we did it.
Yeah, but I forgot.
Yeah, and it didn't. The engine was going to solve the plate with the view wasn't large enough for it to have enough stars.
Oh.
So maybe the newer ones now. Somebody was speaking about them. They're more powerful now, and so forth. But so I did it manually. Just go around. I started there. They recommend you go this horizontal and then up and then down and then random. I followed a recommended procedure for that. I think there were 30 stars or something on that where it showed the accuracy of it.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Where did you come up with the color?
Oh, it's paint from a Subaru. I didn't do the paint job. I had a auto body shop put it on there. It's a very durable paint job. It's not, if you do it with a spray can, and no good at all. This is a good quality paint. Yeah. And then the black parts are from anodizing. I had, except the trusses are 4130 steel tubing, and I had the same paint shop paint them black. everything else that's black is aluminum and it was added.
Get your mirrors. How did you make them?
No, the mirrors I didn't make. An optician called Paul Jones, who had done some work with Plain Wave early in their days, he was retiring. And I called him and asked him about making it from scratch out of a low expansion material. The price was wild, of course. But he said he had a 24-inch mirror made of some, I guess, borosilicate, plain stuff. He said he would perforate it and make a secondary mirror and then refigure it all and at a much more reasonable cost. So that's where it comes from. It's a good mirror, but like for an imager, if you went out at 9 o'clock, there's a 6-degree difference, 6 degrees C between outside and inside, and the image isn't that great. You have to wait. For me, it doesn't make any difference as long as the star energy is in a 15-second aperture. It doesn't matter. But by 3, if I go out occasionally in the middle of the night, and then the image is a razor sharp. Then, but it takes it's a relatively thick mirror, and it takes a while to come to thermal equilibrium. I have fans on the back. You can't see them, but there's fans on the back. But nevertheless, to get a slab of glass that big, come down to an equilibrium with the environment, this takes time. For an imager, probably that would be somewhat of a setback. But the substrate, the zero or the low expansion substrates are very expensive, especially in a bigger size. I know lots of the guys here grind their own mirror, but do you use that or you use Pyrex?
We're using soda lime glass.
Just
Amazing.
window glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah.
But we have focusers you can just grab and turn.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be doing that.
The focuser is electric. It's up here.
Yeah.
It's got a servo motor and lead screw.
A thermal expansion compensation in your struts?
No,
No.
I just focus it. I have a arrows because the focus here again is not ultra critical either. When it's a rapid change, every 15 minutes it requires it. It's at least they're made of the truss is steel. Now, if you have aluminum truss, which I understand why you do that for portability, but the expansion coefficient is 2x is steel. So it's a steel is a better choice for something where weight is not a critical thing. The balance you can't see, but on the other side of here, there's some weights, but it's not. I designed it for a heavy instrument package, so it doesn't really take a lot of weights up here. 3 or 4 pounds is all. And then if I have 2 SETI cameras, and they're one is for infrared and it has thermocooling, so it's a little bigger. I have to add another 100 grams or some minute weight to balance it.
Do magnets of that size pose a pacemaker threat for individuals in the room?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know. It's the flux falls off like at the cube root at distance. So
North, south, north, south. And then there's another steel plate over here, so the earbuds I'm guessing.
they're extremely powerful, but even a 1/2 inch of plywood and you can just pick it right up.
Yeah.
So that flux really falls off very, very quickly. If you were a couple feet away, I would have to have some sensitive instrument to measure it.
I noticed that your coils are sitting on an aluminum plate with a steel flux plate on the other side of that.
Yeah. That was recommended in the textbook.
Recommended in the textbook. Okay, so the coils don't physically couple to or I don't even know what I'm saying.
Well, the flux goes right through the
It
aluminum.
goes right through. Of course it does.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't for fear of electrical conductivity because they're heavily insulated, and then they got that washer underneath of them, so there's really no danger of a short circuit. And anodizing is not a conductor. The aluminum, once it's anodized, is no longer an electrical conductor. There's
I was
really
thinking more about the magnetic field itself. Like When I think of an electromagnet, I think of a coil around something actually
Yeah,
magnetic.
yeah, like an iron core or something.
Yeah, and that's not what this is.
No, they're air core.
Air core.
Yeah.
Okay.
It takes more magnetic power if it's an air core because it doesn't generate as much flux as an iron core, but it has a lot of advantages. They say that the iron core ones will have what they call cogging, where the motion isn't as smooth.
Oh, yeah. Right.
And the air core reduces that to nothing. These don't cog at all. They move arc second by arc second.
Yeah, because the field changes at the speed of the electrical current changing.
Yeah.
And when you have an iron core,
Well, they have
there's
an
gonna be a-
induction now.
Yeah, you've got a lag.
You got a BH curve.
Yeah. And probably hysteresis on top
So
of that.
that's one of the reasons that these are air core, is to
Yeah.
eliminate cogging.
Yeah, you don't even want to use, magnetic screws to hold it down.
No, these are 17-4 stainless screws that hold them down.
Okay. Wow.
They're called AFPM, axial flux permanent magnet motors. That's the official word for these motors. And the electric motor most people are associating with is a radial flux motor, like the one powers all these machine tools and stuff. In this case, the flux is axial. They didn't get much play until these rare earth magnets reached where they're at now. Samarium cobalt would probably be the best magnet prior to these, and it's nowhere near as powerful.
Do you have a picture of the control system? Like the fourth one?
No, I do, but not on here. No. If you want one, I have it. Yeah. Yeah, his controller is the heart of this thing. It sits over here. You can see some cabinets. That's not the one with the force controller. That's one of the other boxes, and there's 2 or 3 along the wall that have the electronics for the camera, and one for the dome, and one with the flux controller, and then a big terminal box. There's like 100 and some wires that go up the center. It's a hollow steel shaft on the azimuth axis. It's got an 1.25 inch hole bored through it, and all the wiring comes up through there. So it couldn't continuously go. It can only go, and that's not ever a problem. You just bring it back to the starting point.
How long did it take you?
To do the motors?
to do that?
5 months. It took me about 5 months to make the motor, and then that was a year and a half ago. I was working on the motors, and then it took a week or more, something to put them all in there. It was a big job to put them in, to disassemble the telescope because it's so heavy. It's the whole works is 1,150 pounds, so it's not a casual thing to disassemble it. I have to use cranes and hydraulics and things like that to disassemble it. Most of it was made, all of it is made in my shop with the exception of these side plates on the fork, which I had water jetted, or I'm not sure whether you plasma cut it or water jetted the sides. Any other questions from anybody? Well, thanks for listening. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. I'll share. Okay. Get our next presentation teed up. Close this.
Howard, you tell Bruce that was a really nice presentation.
Okay, I think he heard you say
Okay,
it.
good.
Yeah.
All those, old star instruments? Yeah. Okay.
Tell him I feel his pain with the magnets.
No, you're coming through loud and clear. He can hear you. We all can.
Good. Yeah.
Second one, this one.
Were those special order magnets or did they have them on the shelf?
Okay. Back to, excuse me, back to Zoom.
They were off the shelf, the magnets were.
Yeah.
Special order.
Off the shelf. Okay, I got you.
Place K&J Magnetics, they sell, and they're still, I'm pretty sure they still offer, and it's probably 2 or 3 times more costly now with the tariffs and embargoes and all this stuff going on.
Okay, this is the one.
Zero.
It is. Oops. This is hide video panel. There we go. Okay. Oops. Get that out of there. Okay, I think you're all set.
You have my screen is shared?
Yeah, so yeah, you click on the first image.
Take a minute.
Yeah, and then maximize it. And yeah, because we are
Okay.
right now.
Lauren again, and wow, what a variety of topics, right? So earlier today, we went through the electronic finders and digital finders and how they work compared to some, traditional DSCs. This presentation came about by a posting on Cloudy Nights. In the beginner forum, somebody asked the question. They said they were pointing the red dotted things and they're getting frustrated. And so they asked the question, how many ways are there to find objects? And people would answer and people would answer. I'm like, there were like 5 different ways. And I'm like, there's got to be more ways than 5. I came up with 24. So you have your pipe finders and your digital finders and your DSCs. So let's look at some other ways just for fun. I know we're half hour behind, so I'll shorten this a little bit so we can get, Robert has a nice binoscope here that I'd like to learn about. So, so this is Astronomy 101, so we can go a little bit faster here. So like I was saying, I've had like 9 different scopes, been observing since 2018. So way number 1 to find out, this is partly comedy routine too. So way number 1, just look up. We had a gal in our astronomy club. She liked to sit in her lawn chair, trace the constellations, no interest whatsoever in telescopes. So you can enjoy the sky just by looking up. And that's the thing about astronomy. If you like to star hop, you like your DSCs, you can go fast. If you want tracking, so you can stay on an object and sketch it for an hour. I mean, if I say that I don't like this or that, that's just me. There's all these different ways to enjoy the sky, and none of them are right or wrong. You do you, basically. So, but that's the first way, is number 1. You have like a tablet you can hold up to the sky. It's going to show you what's there. That's going to help you know what you're looking at. It's not going to help you really see it per se, but it's a way to find things. I saw this on Amazon one day. I thought, apparently some little lens that you put on your cell phone, there's no aperture here, so I'm not sure what kind of viewing or picture you're going to get, but apparently it's some device for your cell phone to help you see the sky better. Maybe take a photo, I don't know. Then you have your binoculars. Binoculars has that advantage of giving you that nice wide field view. So I'm going through here more ways to find things that are, I'm starting out with things that are not telescope related. And then we'll get into telescopes. Same idea as the binocular, wide field of view, but it's, one piece, the monocular. This is also a quiz for you guys. If you think that I've left out a way to find things, let me know. I'll add it to my presentation. Okay, so keep me honest. Let me know if I've left anything out. But if you've got $5,000 or $6,000, you can use night vision. Very expensive, but then, this is really good if you're in light polluted areas, things like that. It's going to electronically magnify the image. if you've got a whole space agency or you're Elon Musk, you got billions of dollars, you can observe things by a satellite and do it by remote control. Remote control also obviously works if you've got a scope. We had a guy in our Corvallis club. He had a telescope farm in New Mexico. They would open the roof whenever it was clear, and he could run his scope from his house. But that's another way, just by your own satellite. So this, of course, is your EV scope, and you just plop it down and it does everything for you. So that's another way to find things. Again, the disadvantage here is it's more of an imaging device, so you don't have that live view. So now we get to more of the telescopes as opposed to other gear. How are you going to count things? Well, there's all kinds of different finders, all kinds of different scopes. If I start going this finder with this scope, this finder with this scope, you'll have 1,000 ways. So I'm not counting different scopes or different finders necessarily, unless the finders do something special. So any combinations is not necessarily something that I've counted. Okay. But so number 9 is just take that telescope and just wave it around. And, you know, I guess William Herschel was saying that out of 50 sessions, he only found 2 things. That's kind of the problem you're going to have with this technique. But if you point and you follow the Milky Way with your scope, you're going to have a much bigger chance of accidentally running into objects to observe. But you can just pan around and enjoy the view. And of course, you're better off doing that if you have a wider angle eyepiece in. Still, we haven't gotten to any finders yet. This is all without any finders, right? Number 10, sight down the tube. Hopefully, you're not going to have to do this. This you're going to have to do. This is Galileo, inexpensive, $50 telescope, probably not even worth that. She has the right idea, though. She's got a Pi, so she can sight down the tube. But I mean, the way the tripod's leaning, this thing's probably shaky. It's like, this is kind of a hobby killing technique. If you're trying to sight down the tube, you're kind of going to be in trouble. But
It was me at age 10.
there you go. So
It was work. Yeah.
it kind of works, but it's kind of hard. So I don't recommend that necessarily. And then if you have a really, really big telescope, you don't move it at all. You just let the sky come to you, right? Well, that's another way to find things. You don't. You just let the sky come to you. Okay. Or you're totally lost. You don't know what to do. You just have Jerry Olteen show you. You know, we are astronomers. We are very happy to share the view. Someone else can show you the object. So another way to see him, have someone do it for you. I know I told you this was part comedy routine, so. or if you're this guy, maybe you bought Mel's 25-inch and you've been observing for 40 years and you don't need a finder, you don't need anything, you just point because you've been doing it and you've got every single object, well, maybe 40 of them per 40 or 50 objects per season. You've just got to memorize and just point at them because you got them all memorized. So just work from memory. Okay, now we're getting into some more of the traditional telescope methods. Of course, you've got star hopping. You know, if you're going to find this K14, whatever it is, you might want to follow this line of stars until you have it. There's a problem here in that, you know, you've got light pollution. Maybe in town, you can't see that line of stars. And the other problem is all these things that I've showed you so far, no finder. But now you're going to need something to help you point, something to help you magnify, something to help you do that star hopping. And so you have your traditional red dot finder, which projects a red dot. You get a treetop in your telescope view, and then you adjust the finder to where that treetop is in your finder view. And now your finder and your telescope are aligned. And now you can point to that area of the sky with your red dot and you should have your object. So another pointing device, of course, is your telrad, which projects a ring instead of a dot.
Stop. Number 25. You asked, so the Quinsight,
Oh, that's telrad category.
very similar to Telrad, but has the feature of reticles that rotate.
Okay.
Crosshairs that rotate, which allow you to do pattern matching
Okay, no,
at a completely
that's-
different level.
That's a foul.
No.
That's a foul because, I'm not going to count the pinty laser versus this laser.
No. It's a completely different technique,
Okay.
and it counts.
Okay.
I'll argue.
Okay, Rob.
Go on.
Okay. I'm going to put Rob's Quinsight in the telrad category. Sorry, Rob. But otherwise, I'm going to have too many. I'm going to have hundreds of counts.
You asked for more.
Okay.
You asked for more.
Okay. See, we needed a comedy break, right?
That's right.
So the last type of traditional pointing device is your green laser. And usually you can mount it on rings. And then you can, I actually like the green laser very much because I bought a 8-inch Dob. It came with that red dot. That was my first telescope. And my first night out, I saw Jupiter, I saw Saturn, I saw M13. I was like, wow, I love astronomy. So I was hooked. But the next morning I've got a sore neck. And I'm like, why do I have a sore neck? It's like, oh, I know. I was bending down to look at that stupid red dot. So my red dot finder went into the trash can about 2 days after I had my brand new scope. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I installed the laser instead because I couldn't take the neck pain. Anyway, so then you have, so those are your pointing finders, red dot, telrad, laser, and then you have a magnifying type finder. This one is looking straight through, 9x50, sorry. This has a lighted crosshairs in it. You can tell by the switch. And then you have a right angle finder that magnifies. This probably also is a 9x50. This one can be a little disorienting because you're looking down into the finder. You're looking up at the piece of sky down in. It's kind of hard to tell. You look through it. It's kind of hard to get your bearings on where you are. So this, you might want to use that Quinsight instead. This can be disorienting. Got to give Rob a plug.
Thanks.
Okay, but what that magnifying finder will do is that if these red and yellow rings might be what you see through your eyepiece, that green circle might represent what you're seeing through your finder. And so you've got a much better chance of finding your object. If it's Orion, if it's something bright you're looking for, if it's just outside that red ring in an eyepiece, you're missing it. But if you're looking through your finder, then you found that object. Also, the idea here is when you're searching for an object, use a wider field of view eyepiece. And then once you find it, you can go to that more magnified eyepiece, just as a general rule of thumb. So this is what I like to do. I like to have one pointing finder, my laser, and my magnifying finder. I've got the RACI and the laser working together a lot of the time. I like to use two. So, star hopping, traditional star to star. Most people don't really do that. They do what's known as triangulating. So, if you have the red dot, which represents the NGC 457 owl cluster, and you've got the constellation Cass, you just visualize or triangulate a position for it, and you can visualize this right angle. And if you put your pointing device there, put your red dot there, point there with your laser, you should have that object. Assuming that your finder's lined up well with your telescope. Here's another example of triangulating. If on the edge of the shield in Hercules M13, if picture a line between the two stars in the shield, divide that line into 3, and M13 sits about 1/3 in on the line. So some of these, like the guy that had 40 objects per season memorized, well, this is an easy way to memorize. You learn these triangulations in your head, and you don't need the pie finder. You just click on your laser, boom, point right at it. So I'm not where he is, but I probably have 20 objects. We probably all do. You have 20 objects per season that you can just plain point to. Because, you know, if I'm out and I've got new objects I want to research and look up, I'm still going to go back to the super bright, nice objects every time I'm out. So you get used to these and you get them memorized. When you're doing that star hopping, maybe if you're finding an object that you don't have memorized, you will also need a little help. You're going to need a paper atlas, or you're going to need some sort of tablet to look up that object and show you where to point. So those two techniques, you do need some assistance, an atlas, a tablet, something to point. This is the disadvantage with star hopping and triangulating. 7662 is the blue snowball. If you know anything about the sky, you know that Pegasus is gigantic, right? That's a big piece of the sky. If you're trying to picture a roof off of Pegasus and trying to triangulate that way, there's nothing that clear around it. That's a very small object. It's only as fat as it's 4 times as fat as a star. It's a little snowball. That's a really tough object to triangulate on. So almost impossible. So that's where your go-tos, your pie finders and things have a much bigger advantage. You can find those small, hard to find things. But people enjoy that want to enjoy the view as they go. You can do triangulating, star hopping. You might be waving your scope around. I had my electronics die last time I was out, like 3 weeks ago. The batteries died on my XT10. The hand controller went out. My spare battery that I had was also dead. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm looking at my tablet and using my laser, and I was able to point where I should, and I was able to find things. It just goes a bit slower that way. So here's a fun way to find things. You have a buddy that's got it in their scope, and like, I can't find it. He turns on his laser. You turn on your laser. You put your tip where his tip is. Boom, you've got the object. I've done this. It works. You can play laser tag.
And if you don't have a laser, but your friend does, you just find the end of his laser in your scope.
Find it in the finder.
Yeah.
Find it in your finder scope.
Boom.
Yeah, same thing.
I have these Colorado.
2 tail reds. Okay.
And one who made a telescope that was more accurate. So you find it in that, look through the tail rad, and then
Right. So I was going to go into a little more detail on it.
Oh.
Okay. No, I was going to go into a little more detail on each of these. So because we're like over a half hour behind, I'm going to just kind of breeze through them, and we'll get to Robert's presentation. But number 17 is using some sort of cell phone app as your finder. This is kind of a bad idea. You've got the light pollution from your phone. Most planetarium type apps, they're using the compass and the gyro on the phone. They can be off by an entire degree. It's just not that accurate. It'll get you in the neighborhood. So maybe like here, you've got the RACI on there with the phone. The phone will get you close. If it gets it in the field of your RACI, then you could potentially find it this way. I don't know how many people do that, but you can do better than this is all I'm saying. But that's another way of doing it. Number 18, you have manual setting circles. And so here you have a equatorial mount. It has setting circles. Once you align that thing, you do your polar alignment. In theory, you can slew it. If you look up that object again in your tablet, see what the ascension and declination is, set your dials, you should have that object. So
Did I ask, take a poll, how many people in this room have done that?
Successfully or not?
You stand up if you've done it more than once.
Okay, okay.
What Sam Brown mentions is all about telescopes, where you get onto an object and then you do a Nolan offset. So all you have to do is move your back 3 degrees, RA, 15 arc minutes,
Oh,
and you're there.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
oh, interesting.
and he has a number of examples in those book.
I never used equatorial mount, so I wouldn't know. Would not know. So the same principle is that people have modified their Daub. This has a setting circle in the bottom. You can see it has a needle here that flips down. And you have to be able to adjust that. If you plop the scope down on the ground, maybe you're going to point at Polaris, you can spin this circle and set it to 0 degrees or half a degree, wherever Polaris is. Now your Daub is aligned to the circle. And as you move it around, that needle's going to give you the compass reading. And so I got frustrated trying to triangulate being a new observer. And so I put a manual setting circle on my 8-inch Daub. I found objects this way for 2 years. You have a manual circle on the base of the Daub, and then you have an angle gauge on the tube, and you just look up the position in a tablet and set the angle, set the compass reading, and there you have the object. So it's actually kind of instead of being totally lost trying to point and triangulate and getting frustrated, this gets you a whole lot closer. It's really a pretty cool way to observe.
So didn't you have to know the help in the SMS? Did you use a map or something for that?
No, I use an angle gauge. I call this method 19 because you could use an angle gauge all on its own. This is used for woodworking, magnetic. It's generally, if you have a XTI metal tube, it will stick right on there. And then if you know you're looking in CAS and you're pretty close, this will give you the exact alt angle. Your scope doesn't even have to be level. It'll tell you the exact angle that your tube is pointed. Oh, I'm getting to that next. But once you know this angle, you set your tube at that angle, and all you have to do is a little bit of sweeping in the area at the correct angle, and you're going to get your object. It's going to work better when you have a combination and get your compass reading here and get your vertical reading here. And that
I found it has to be fairly level.
it should be for a manual system. It's going to work better when it's level. If you start getting off level, you're going to be off by quite a bit. So if you have a manual
So you
system,
need alt-az coordinates and not that.
that's correct. That's correct. So with these two methods, you need to have a tablet that tells you your alt-az right now, because as the Earth rotates, those readings are going to change. So with this method, again, you need a little more help. You need to have that tablet telling you where it is right now. Okay. Then, of course, the upgrade from that, instead of manual, is you have digital setting circles. This is the kit that I installed on Mel Bartel's Zip Daub that I have. This particular kit, I like it because I didn't have to spend $600 or $700 on the Nexus thing. This is like $200 from this guy in Ukraine. It's called Dobson Dream. You basically, this is a little box, and this Bluetooths it to a tablet. So on my Android tablet, that unit will display where the telescope is pointed. And as you move the scope, this little reticle will move. The indicator will show you where your scope is pointed. I like this a whole lot because it's 100% real time. There's no delay. You know where your scope is at all times. Yes, the Pipefinder Celestron Star Sense will be a bit more accurate. You could be off by 1/3 of a degree, half a degree. This is an inexpensive DSC set. But you know, with the Zip Daub, I'm going to have that 1 degree field of view pretty much at all time. So if I'm off by 1/3 or half a degree, it's generally going to be fine. But there's absolutely no lag or delay. it's spot on the screen where you're pointed at all times. So I really like that. So this is how I have two of my telescopes set up with the digital setting circle, which Bluetooth over to Sky Safari screen. This, of course, is your Orion in telescope, which you can't get anymore. But this is more or less a warning. There is a guy on cloudy nights. Cloudy nights, been there for 20 years. There's millions of posts, all kinds of advice. Some of these people think they know what they know, and some really do. And anyway, there was this guy that was saying that take your telescope, tear out the encoders, put in your Nexus encoders, and because those telescope encoders are crap, put in your Nexus encoders and use Nexus instead of this box. And I'm like, this guy's Looney Tunes, okay? You're going to take a telescope that already has encoders and put in upgraded encoders to do the same thing that's already doing. Like, no. What's crap is this green box, because you're looking at this dim green light. The 9-volt battery dies after a couple of sessions. You can barely read the print. Nobody likes the up, down, left, right that you can barely see. It'll flash a warp factor at you when you do your alignment, and it'll tell you whether you're off by 1/3 of a degree, 1/6 of a degree. But that message just goes away, and so fast you can't even tell how good your alignment was. So people end up using the telescope manually and not even using the gear that comes with it. So I hijinxed this, and I got the phone cable that plugs into this box, plugged it into my own Bluetooth unit, and I bypassed this box, and on my XT10, I'm sending it to the screen on Sky Safari. So tell you how to do it, that's a whole nother talk, but anyway. So love the scope that way. So much better than punching things and trying to work with this box that everyone hates. It's now XT10i, 10-inch knob, totally Sky Safari tablet controlled. So method number 20 is your go-to, your full-on computerized go-to, which is nice, but again, as opposed to the Pi Finder, normally you're gonna have a 2-star alignment. You got to have your time zone set right. You got to have the time, the date, the this. You got to key it all in. I mean, it's kind of a pain in the patushki, right? So, I mean, to tell you what a pain it is, the scope that you're looking at here, that's a SE6 by Celestron, about $1,000. I got one on Craigslist, brand new in box for $150. So a gal bought it. She thought she could use it to do astronomy with her grandkids and could not for the life of her figure out the electronics to go to. They had stuck an eyepiece in the back of the scope instead of the visual back. But I went out to look at it. This thing's in its packaging, it's in its wrapper. I got it home, found the eyepiece in the back of the tube, took that out, put in the proper parts, found the other half of the eyepiece, put it back. I think she thought she broke it, and so she didn't return it. And then she dumped it a year later, and I'm the one that ended up getting the deal of the century. I still use it. Out of the dark side, it's a little bit too small of aperture for my light polluted backyard, but nice scope, but there is a lot of finicky electronics to learn. So word of warning, it's not the plop it on the ground thing that does everything by itself like the EV scopes and the C-Star. This you really got to learn, read the manual 3 times and really learn it. So it's more complicated than meets the eye. There is a star sense device. Celestron, in their infinite wisdom, calls this star sense, and they call their star sense plate solving star sense, same name. Go figure, I guess they just want to confuse people. But this is the star sense camera that helps you align your go-to scope. So if you want to buy star sense plate solving, please be aware, don't click on the first thing labeled star sense. You might just be buying a camera for your go-to scope, and that might not be what you want. So just a word of warning, Celestron used the same name. They couldn't think of anything else apparently, so
Doesn't make any sense.
it doesn't make any sense. So then this is an early version of PyFinder. So we had a whole presentation earlier today on that. So because we're out of time, then good thing we had a presentation and I can skip all that, right? So, but that's the latest, greatest thing. And then you have plate solving. So we used to do plate solving. I told you, some comedy relief, right? So plate solving in earlier times, right? Yeah, a little bit slow there. But as a new observer, people would say, "Oh, I do plate solving." I'm like, plate solving, what's that? I don't know what that is. Well, come to find out, somebody took a picture of the sky and it's all divided up in these little plates, if you will. And so the computer, you point your scope somewhere and it runs through all the plates and it figures out where it's pointing. So it takes a lot of computing power. And so that's why your PyFinder and your StarSense, they don't have that computing power to do that real time. They'll rely on the compass and the gyro in the phone, but then when you get close, then it'll plate solve when you stop the scope, and then you can just nudge a touch and you're right on target. So, but plate solving is for your astrophotography, your big scopes, your pinpoint accuracy. That is the most accurate finding thing that there is out there. So this is your StarSense unit. It works with a cell phone. And so the red thing that I have circled here is the base that holds your phone. So the StarSense unit itself is this base, and it has to be set at a 15-degree angle from the OTA. And trust me, I've installed it on different scopes of mine. I was one of the smart Alecs that I liked the idea of plate solving. And so I bought this inexpensive scope that came with the StarSense unit, and you just remove the unit from the scope, and I put a flat plate on the bottom of the unit, and to that plate I attached a dovetail, and now it can go in the finder shoe of any scope that I want to use it with. And so like for the Hubble that has a laser pointer, it doesn't have any electronics. I can pop the StarSense unit in it, and I can find things with the Hubble lookalike scope, and I've got electronic finding for it. Or I can just triangulate and use it that way, but I can have electronics if I want to. So StarSense, if they were smart, they would have this unit on some sort of a standard shoe that mounts to any scope, and they would sell millions of these. Why make you buy a cheap ass telescope here that's no good when you really just want this unit? So it is plate solving. It's excellent for finding. The disadvantage here over a PyFinder or something like that is you're staring at the glow from your cell phone. So you're going to kind of blind yourself a little bit with that. I made a red plexiglass screen for my phone that slips over this while I'm using it to cut down that light pollution while using it.
I'd just like to add a tip to that. If you have a phone that has an OLED display, organic LED, you can put it in red mode and you've truly got a red light source. You got to be careful though, managing through the menu. Sometimes it'll pop up with a white screen, but my experience with this actual solution has been very positive with an OLED display.
Yeah, and what's really nice about this too is it's very easy to align. All you do is you turn on so let me back up a little bit. You have that unit, but you also get the app that you get an app that you download. And so then you load that app on your phone or your tablet, and that works in conjunction with the unit. But you open up the app and it says, do you want to align or are you still aligned? So if you've never used it before, if you need to align, you just say align, and then it says, well, center the mirror. That unit has some knobs where you can move the cell phone a little bit this way, a little bit up, down, back, forth, until you can kind of see the star field you're looking at, if you have any black edges, you can make those go away and center the view in your cell phone, what you're seeing. And once that's centered, then it says align, and Now here comes the hard part. What star are you pointing at? It's really hard to tell on that cell phone screen. In fact, StarSense says do alignment in the daytime on a treetop or something. Well, that's not going to be very accurate. So what you would need to do, what I do with it is you point at some bright star, Polaris if you want. Tell the thing you want to align. Turn on your laser. On your cell phone, you can see the laser beam pointing at that star. You know exactly what star to center in the crosshair. You just drag the crosshair on your cell phone screen to that one star, enlarge until it's as big as it'll get, and then hit align. Done, just like that. So if you want to use StarSense, get a laser. It's going to help you align. The other thing about StarSense is that you can tell I'm kind of a fan, but you can take the phone out, throw that unit back in the drawer. 2 weeks later, put it back in the dovetail slot on your telescope. Put your phone in. Are you ready to? Do you need to align? And you just say still aligned? Boom! You don't even have to align. As long as you haven't changed positioning on that base, it will remember the alignment that you have, and you don't even have to align.
And provided your scope doesn't change collimation, bingo. Yeah.
Right. So,
Solid.
but once you find something and you see that it's off by more than you like, then you could just take a minute and realign. But generally speaking, if things on your scope don't move around too much, it will keep alignment and you won't even have to do another alignment. I think Mel one time asked me, can you mount this unit at some quirky angle to your OTA? I think the answer to that would be no, because I've had it straight on to the OTA and not even at 15 degrees, and it bombs out. It does not work. You have to maintain that angle of reflection to the OTA. Let me back up a little bit. What was I going to say? Lost my train of thought. Okay. So here's how StarSense works. Once your scope is aligned in the system, if you that red circle here is where your scope is pointed. If you wanted to find Saturn, this is Saturn, you just tap on Saturn and then it tells you, okay, you got to move the scope. It's telling you where to move the scope, these arrows. Once you get close, that circle is red, it turns to yellow. At this point, you just let go of it and you actually get a message that says you're near the object, let go of your scope and we'll plate solve. It tells you that right on the screen. So you just let go of it and then it does a plate solve. And then maybe when you moved it to Saturn, it might have showed it as green, but then it said, let's do a plate solve. And then it jumps a little bit here and you're kind of off by a tiny bit because it was using the phone's gyro and compass to find it. And so then you just nudge it right back on. And then the last photo shows when you nudge it back on, then it turns to green and you've got it in your eyepiece. So very slick system for, you're going to spend probably $300 to get a scope with, oh, that's what I was going to say. You might spend $300 to get the cheap telescope with the StarSense system. But to me, the cheapest DSC system you're going to get, the one I got was $300. So it's comparable and you got plate solving. So you want to do DSC, StarSense, you can have either for $300. You don't have to do $5,000, $6,000, $8,000, $9,000 for Nexus. Don't know what Pathfinder costs. But anyway, the other word of advice, if you want to scavenge this and make it work with any other scopes, there are scopes, Celestron cells, where it mounts down here on the azimuth. And it's got some really quirky connection. And that's going to be harder to adapt to other scopes. So if you want to take this and adapt it to another scope, get one of the models where it sits on top. Way easier to adapt. So I call that intermittent plate solving because it's doing it intermittently as you stop and it takes a plate solve.
Bill has a question.
Yeah.
So I use a finding method I call asterism finding. And so what you do is you just blindly, well, not blindly, but in the dark, well, obviously, you get what I'm trying to say. Move the scope and you look for the asterism that you've already checked out. So for instance, for the Outer Nimbus Galaxy 891, I know it's 4 degrees off the end of Andromeda, so I move my 30-inch force fields, and I look for this zigzag pattern with dark stars. When I found it, I knew where the Outer Nimbus Galaxy. And I do that for quite a bit of
Interesting.
combat asterism.
Asterism fighting.
Leo's too close to it.
Exactly. So you just scan around and look for the asterism, because it's easier to see the asterism than it is to see the out.
Right. So those are my 24 ways. Did I leave anything out other than asterism fighting? Anybody have any other ways they
I
know?
just want to add one more bit to this plate solving, this Celestron product.
Yes.
You can dispense with this entire phone mechanism if you have a 3D printer. And instead of using a mirror, get a little prism that's like about 1 inch on a side, 1/2 inch on a side. And if you can closely couple that to your phone, I did this, I should have brought it, but I got one, the prism just sits right over the lens of the camera. And if you've got multi-lenses, you got to figure out which lens is going to be used and center it over that one. And then I actually had to silver the hypotenuse space of that prism because the field of view is so big it'll fail total internal reflection. But then you've got a compact little thing. You print yourself a whole new cell phone case and put a dovetail in that print so you can just plunk it right onto where your finder would normally go. I of course did it for Quinsight, and it's just super awesome.
So Celestron lets you download the app 3 times. So if you did that and made your own holder,
yeah.
Do you know somebody that has the app that you downloaded, or how'd you get the app?
Well, I bought a scope.
Did you bought the scope?
But I bought it used, and it turned out I had one more download on it, and they said it had one more download on it.
Right.
And then I gave the scope to the neighbor kids, and I'm the neighborhood hero. They loved it. It was
Right. So this is so easy to use. Kids can find things in a telescope with this app, and that's a real game changer. It really is. So you had a question also?
Maybe I missed it, but did you show charts with tailrad circle?
Well, I showed the Telrad, and the idea was that you use the rings for pointing, but you're right, there are special charts where you match the ring position to your Telrad. So you can use it in conjunction with a special chart. But I was just saying to start off with it or triangulate with it or use it in conjunction with a special chart. You can obviously.
Sky Safari allows you to customize your circles in software. You can make them whatever you want. So yeah, you can do that.
Right. So that's all
Like the sky spot charts. I used to use it all the time, but the flip. Those were.
So this is more astronomy 101, but those are my ways that I came up with.
I don't know if you talked about it, remember, but there's an app for cell phones where you don't have optics or anything. You just attach your phone to the tube, and you find a star near the object where you want to observe, and you tell it, "I'm on this object, and now I want to go to the right 5 degrees," and what the phone tells you, go 5 degrees, and it uses the motion sensors to bring you to the object.
I think that was my number 13 or 14.
Okay,
but yeah.
It was good.
It's not that accurate,
Not that
but you can do it if you have a nice finder on there.
And I have a funny comment, maybe some people have heard about the Celestron thing, where someone was advertising, they had it for sale on Craigslist or something. They have pictures of the scope and of all the documentation, including the codes. Oh no. For the codes, what it was on the pictures of folks said, "Oh, okay," because you don't need to buy one.
You just need the
print
code.
yourself your own folder,
right.
And someone gives you the code. You're only allowed 5 codes, I think.
3. Supposedly 3.
Is it 3? When I bought mine, it was 5.
Oh.
Yeah.
But it's if you can make it cheaper if you've got 2 astronomy buddies and one person buys the unit and the code, then 3 people can use it.
Does it need an internet connection?
It does not. No, it's just looking at the sky.
Yeah, please, it's Celestron 1240, and then you can still use it.
Yeah.
I would editorialize a little here and just suggest that the cost of eFinder, of Cedar, of PiFinder is not very much higher than buying that, and then you're supporting like telescope makers, real dedicated amateur telescope accessory making people to do the thing. Place for us.
Well, that's the other thing too. Sometimes it's not all about cost. Sometimes it's what works for you. You know, so.
The PiFinder completely built, I would like 550. But you can buy it in pieces, but you know, there are multiple levels of pieces you can buy, the printer, different case, etc.
So I have to bring up SkySolve, which I presented here a couple of years ago, and it's even cheaper than his. The ones he mentioned, PiFinder and the like, and I have part of it, and actually it's behind my interferometer. But I'm surprised that not many people have talked about it here today. Like maybe it was a mystery to them, but SkySolve is a plate solver.
Is it a plate solver?
By yourself.
Oh,
Or you
okay.
can buy it, familiar parts from me. And several people here have.
I think we were waiting for you to speak up.
It's probably just,
Discouraged.
it's probably just not, it's probably just not, well,
Say that Dell was the first to introduce SkySolve using a Pi computer to find objects in the sky, and then all these other guys came in after.
So
he's the original.
that's awesome. That's
Well,
I'm one of them. I'm close to having, I'm probably the first to ever have a do-it-yourself one. And my software is open software, and you can use it, and several people have and modified it.
some of us are mechanically disinclined, but that's totally awesome. You know, and Celestron has that marketing power behind them and you don't. So that's the difference, I guess. But that's totally awesome. SkySolve, I love that. Any other questions? Questions from
That's one disadvantage some people talk about, which is when you move the scope, it's not solving. But when you start learning to use it, it turns out you'll get there in about 2 moves. So you move the scope, eventually you learn how much the scope needs to move. And so you move it that part and you say, oh, okay, that's where it is. Now I move it. But as things have improved, mine quite typically solves, he finds things in less than 5 seconds.
It's so unimportant, the inertial systems for movement, that I bought a really cheap Amazon tablet because I had trouble with getting his system to work on the Apple product. And it turns out that the tablet I bought was so cheap, it was like $60 or $70. It doesn't even have motion sensors in it.
Didn't even have sensors.
I installed Sky Safari on it and said, oh, let's see if it worked. It didn't work. And yet it works fine with SkySolve. It works beautifully with SkySolve. So you don't even need motion sensors. You just buy these really cheap Amazon tablets, which are the size of a phone.
There is something for some people that mine requires Sky Safari to run, and that's basically its only interface. But I found a guy whose phone was so old it wouldn't run Sky Safari, and he didn't want to update his phone. So he modified my code, put a little display like we see in PiFinder and a lot.
Right. Nice.
Anyone else? We are originally scheduled to be all full of barbecue by now. So we're really behind schedule. So I think, thank you again, Warren.
We'll get Robert ready to go. Oh, don't forget, very important. Right.
We're gonna use the power Coke Zero to power through. Real quick, let's see what we can. If we use the barbecue, yeah. And also you gotta choose from the pie. That channel him as a.
Thought I was pretty fast.
6-4. Is everybody ready for the final presentation?
Oh, yeah.
No one's hungry. We had a little bit later lunch, so it evens out, right? Almost two hungry. It's fun. It's great. You know, it makes me realize that it's kind of a shame they don't put the dual dovetail on the scopes, because I thought the racing together with the phone is a really cheap way for a beginner to have like a finder, but also just be able to bring up a digital chart to like the star charts. That seemed like really.
So I don't have your presentation. You have a,
Really?
I don't.
Is it on that? Is that email in here?
When did you send it to me?
Friday.
Friday.
No, yesterday was Friday. Maybe Friday. Maybe it was Thursday. Thursday or Friday. It's blending together a little bit for me.
I do not have it.
Search for it. Robert.
No.
I sent a hard file link via Dropbox and also a link to the online Google Slides. Can I forward that to you again?
Yeah, you probably should. Yeah, because I don't see it.
Banich. Here's the link. Forward to H. Check your spam or trash there, Howard. Or just search for his name. Yeah. Right, I just forwarded that again.
Okay.
Is your presentation AWOL?
Yeah, I should call.
Oh, here we go.
We can probably, you open
Yeah.
a Google account, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can just type that, you can probably hit that top link. We don't have to download it out of Dropbox.
Okay. All right, get the Zoom. Get the Zoom. Hello, Zoom. Oh, okay, I know.
Anybody's low on stickers, we got stickers here. Can I get one?
Okay.
I'll get it.
Come on. Let me get rid of that. Hide the video panel.
Hide floating media control.
Hide.
Yeah.
Down.
There it is. Okay. Okay. You're set.
Is my head on here?
Oh. See yourself?
Yeah. Does my head show up in a little thing for people here?
Here, let's see, where is the...
Are we sharing? As long as we're sharing.
It's sharing,
Okay,
yeah, it's
great.
definitely sharing.
All right.
I don't see the full screen.
Yeah, no worries. We'll go, it's just the word slideshow.
There, okay.
All right. Awesome. All right, welcome everybody to the rest of your lives, which is looking through both eyeballs. We're talking about designing better reverse binoculars. Reverse binoculars have been around for a while, and we have over here behind me the binoculars we're talking about called Bloom. So I'll just get going. I'm Robert. My company is Analog Sky. I design and sell kits for people to make their own binocular telescopes. We are exporting Oregon's telescope building culture to the rest of the world.
We have a 50 millimeter, almost 250 people have built this since we launched it in 2023. Another 50 people have built our solar binoculars that can also be a nighttime binocular, and a more modular 50 millimeter where you choose your focal length. And we're closing in on 100 people who have built our 80 millimeter binocular telescope for a little bit deeper views. And that brings us to returning to our initial project, which was reverse binoculars, big mirrors, the biggest binoculars in the world. So this one is called Bloom. It has 200 millimeter or 8-inch mirrors. When we release it next week for pre-orders, it will be the largest binocular model sold in the world. The very first reverse binocular that's ever been marketed as a product with 2-inch focusers. And so it's a pretty big deal. I already have a 90-second thing that goes over the features, so I just put this in here because of laziness. So I'll stop talking and we can just watch this for 90 seconds. Ooh, you get the music too. Those are the good things. Wait out there because early access is over. All right, so those are the basic features that we have in this binocular telescope. So I'm going to talk not so much about those features. You can find out all about that. What I'm talking about here today is not a commercial, but like, what have I added to the concept of reverse binoculars to make them better? So here's a still photo of Bloom out at one of our local dark sites. What do we got here? So you can see the configuration here up on this top deck that shows the basic layout. So this is a Newtonian binocular for folks following along at home. There are 2 big mirrors down at the bottom. They bounce up to the 2 circular parts you see up here, where we have secondary mirrors up here. Then there are tertiary mirrors down here that those secondary mirrors bounce to, and then up through your eyepieces here. So there's a total of 6 mirrors in this system. This is not a system that I invented. It's been around for a long time, but it has come with a myriad of problems. And so we're going to talk about how to fix some of those problems. Because if there's one thing that anyone's experienced looking through people's big binoculars, Newtonian binoculars, they look great when they're working. And that sometimes is not very large percentage of the time, right? So this is my third design for 8-inch binoculars. The first one was around 2017. It's built out of plywood. It's got collapsible struts. It's got standard kind of mount movements. And the way that we lifted it up and down is to just lift the whole thing up and put it on a box. So this comes to one of our first big problems with reverse binoculars is that the eyepieces are up here at the top for zenith. And then you bring them down to the horizon and the eyepieces are way down here. For those of you following on Zoom, I am putting my hand down by my knee to show you how low the eyepieces go. So the way this design fixed that was to just pick up the whole heavy thing and put it onto a box, which, I thought wasn't very ideal. So I tried to fix that. Version 2 with a pier system. And this is a pier that has a column in the middle, a central column that goes up and down. And that was kind of an alt-as mount in the middle, similar to,
You won't be able to hear anyone talking to us from Zoom unless you turn the volume up.
Oh.
And those little dialogue boxes.
Oh, sorry.
There
Oh,
you go. That's,
oh, yeah.
that's just like about 30.
30. Oh, no.
That's good.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. There we go. All right. So this idea was put it all on a pier, put it on a little alt-as mount buried in the middle, and then be able to move that pier up and down. This one used the same kind of collapsible struts, but here I'm really relying on some beefy nylon 3D printed clamps. And so number one, nylon creeps a lot. Even fancy carbon fiber nylon creeps a lot over time. And so those clamps, these are 6-year-old clamps, but those clamps definitely do not work anymore because the nylon just creeps and creeps and creeps and creeps. And so that's bad. Don't use nylon. Also, it's really hard to build a pier and make a good pier and make a little alt-as mount for something this size that fits in the middle and works really well. And the balance is really finicky. So the solution here is to go with Bloom with a more traditional kind of state-of-the-art sort of, Dobsonian-ish design. So we got the big altitude bearings, the big trunnions. We have a rocker box down at the bottom. Here I have it set up on a tripod, which is kind of an experimental mode. We'll see. We're going to have, the default is going to be like a tall azimuth ring for maximum stability. That's the full width of the unit. But for travel, for people who want to go with a little bit smaller parts, I'm trying to figure out a good way to have a smaller azimuth bearing and to eliminate any kind of wobble in that system, utilizing this tripod. So the tripod is awesome. This is a ZWO tripod, but we're gonna work a little bit on this over the next couple of months. Anyhow, I put this picture up here. That's Jerry Oltian on the right-hand side with his 12-inch binoculars. So you can see how from 8-inch binoculars to 12-inch, there is an embiggening of instrument that is not very intuitive, right? Like mine is way, 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 way smaller and fits. So if you're thinking about building your own reverse binoculars, you have to think about what is my real goal? What do I want to see? Do I need it to be that big? Because getting big comes with a lot of issues really quickly. So real quick, stuff I stole. Number one, Frank Sapansky taught me that 2 eyes is always better, regardless of how big. Frank has built binoculars of all different sizes, little itty bitty binoculars, really big binoculars, and the view through his binoculars was always the best thing I saw that night. Jerry's 12-inch binoculars here. So Jerry kind of is a little bit sheepish about this design, I think, because it's so simple. It's just like a box on a box. And I know, he kind of wishes it was a little bit fancier maybe, but this is amazing because this top deck here really is very structurally sound. I've been out with Jerry 24 times when he brought out this telescope, and you put it together and it goes together exactly right each time. And it's always hanging in there with the collimation. It suffers none of the problems that any of the other reverse binocular telescopes you've seen out at star parties has. Like, this is an incredibly solid design. So we have that rigid top plate, connects the entire UTA. So the secondary mirrors are always in the same place relative to each other. The tertiaries are always in the same place relative to each other. So it's just about connecting that top box to the bottom mirror box. With the struts, assuming your strut clamps are decent clamps, that's a pretty trivial task. I didn't go with Jerry's design though, because I wanted to really max out those altitude trunnions. So Mel's been building these for years, been hanging out with Mel and using his telescopes, and they work great. So I just looked at what he did here and I just stole that truss design. Thanks, Mel. Here's the stuff I did come up with. Okay, number one, my trusses are not custom. They are just bought. You can probably guess what website this is. The screenshot comes from, but you don't have to go to that website. These are photography poles. So they're aluminum. They come pre-anodized and they have M12 threads on both ends. All right. So they are used in motion pictures now. People take a DSLR and they build these huge rigs, these video, these movie camera rigs using these rails, right? So they use these as rails for all different configurations. And they also sell you these very handy male to male threads. So you can connect more than one of these 15 millimeter aluminum tubes that are already perfectly the same length every time. You can just connect them and create a truss of any length that you want. And you can see the prices here are not very much for the convenience, right? So you can get these trusses, these poles really, really quickly. Was it Don Peckham who tested whether or not two poles bolted together was stronger, or if one pole was stiffer, and figured out that two bolted together in the middle was actually stiffer? I think he did some of that with his tensegrity experiments, right? Pretty sure that was him. It's one of our guys. So anyhow, these are super stiff. You might think just looking at this, oh, they probably did a really like big allowance on the threads, like it's really sloppy. And you can imagine screwing this together and they kind of wobble, but it doesn't. So the photographers need stiff just as much as we need stiff. So these are awesome. And so if you're building something even remotely in the size class, they're 15 millimeters across, and they work great. In terms of CAD design, all you have to do is create cylinders in your CAD file, and then just Boolean subtract that cylinder from your clamp, and you're done.
I'm gonna steal it.
Great. Awesome. Yeah, it works great. They're so good. And I'm loving those. And so, one thing that we are also doing with this model is we are looking at doing F4. There's a customer who wanted F4. This is F5. Somebody wanted F4. I can just rearrange those so super easy with the same general layout, just use different lengths and redo the clamps, just a different set of clamps, a different Boolean subtract, and it's going to be super easy. So very flexible. Bending. So all of the metal on this thing is from sendcutsend.com. They're awesome. You just send them DXF files and they can do so many different things to your part. So this is the UTA right here. And they can laser cut the shape, but they can also do these bends. And so these bends let you create incredible stiffness. I have a real life example. Here's a part that does not have a bend. This is 1/8 inch aluminum. This is the exact same part, but with just this little extra thing that's bending, it's like so much stiffer.
I just also wanted to vouch for Sendcuts, they're the best friend of a hobbyist.
Yeah.
So cheap, so fast.
Yeah, Javad is seconding Send. They are awesome. And they do powder coating, anodizing, tapping, countersinking, all those things on your Christmas list they do. So Nevada. Yeah. Yeah, they send everything like 2-day when you buy it. So and yeah, they just get better and better. So that's my ad for Send. It's awesome. But basically, the thing is, what this slide is about is you can use thin material and make it really strong by adding these bends. And these bends cost like $5 on this part. So it's crazy cheap. to add bends if you use this service. Okay, here's probably the smartest idea I had on here, and I'll keep talking loud at the laptop so that the laptop people can hear me. But basically, filters are up here in the filter docks, and then when we want to use them, we put them in there, and they're done. So we have this big area up here. Utilizing it, those filter docks can hold 2 sets of 2-inch filters up at the top. And so this is all about building a workstation for serious observing, right? So you can see we've got eyepiece holders down here for 3 more sets of eyepieces. So you have 4 sets of eyepieces ready to go. You have 2 sets of nebula filters ready to go. And you can probably see there is a finder up there showing you where to go. So you are ready for an adventure. And having those filter docks there on binoculars, you can't really do filter wheels the way you would do filter wheels on a single eyed thing. Just doesn't really work. You need them closer to the eyepiece, number one. And you know, there's just not a good place to put them. So steal that idea. Okay, collimating. Who here has heard about how much it sucks to collimate a binocular, reverse binocular? Yeah, most everybody. Yeah, it really sucks because there's 6 mirrors there. So, you know, it's a 3-body problem, really. It's like you use a laser collimator and you know if it's the primary or the secondary, which one to fix, right? But you add another mirror, and which mirror's fault is it? You have no idea, right? So I made this jig which turns that problem back into a standard Newtonian. So this jig, we popped the laser collimator into the jig. You can see here it has these grip fins that keep it perfectly centered. And then there is a rail here on the right-hand side. So we are going to remove our tertiary assembly down here. We're going to remove our tertiary mirror. And then we're just going to slide this laser collimator jig into where the tertiary mirror was. And now we're back to having a Newtonian telescope. So now you just use your laser collimator, you collimate the primary and the secondary exactly the way you would. And we're just back to doing standard collimation. And so it absolutely is easy. And it just perfectly aligns both sides of Newtonian binoculars. So if you're not using this method, I don't know what's going on with you, honestly. One at a time. Just do each side individually. So what I do, I start the primaries off just by leveling with the, I look at the screws, the ends of the screws in the primary cell, and just level all of those with the caliper to the same number of millimeters, like each one 8. So we know the primaries are basically pointed the same direction, more or less. And you just do one of these, each of these one at a time. So you take out this tertiary and you do the right side, and then you put the tertiary back in, and then you take out the other tertiary and put that side in. You don't really have to do that because everything on here is really solid. So it's up to, if your build is not very solid, then you might have to do this more often, but I really only have to do this once so far. I only have to do it because I'm constantly fiddling with it and messing it up. But if you weren't doing that,
it's front copy.
So what about the tertiary?
So the tertiary is just used for merging. And so the tertiary mirrors just get set initially with the jig, and then you just, they're just pointed basically the right direction. So you're merging the 2 images left and right.
So when you're adjusting the merge,
Yeah,
you're adjusting the tertiary.
the tertiary only, yeah.
Only. So it makes there's no sense in using the laser to collimate the tertiary because you're gonna tweak it anyway.
You're gonna tweak it anyhow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Yeah.
It was it was a good idea. I don't come across those very often, so I'll take it. Getting the eyeballs close together on binoculars. So these are 2-inch eyepieces. So here's the thing is binoculars are for big exit pupils, right? I mean, you can zoom all the way in on them, but the thing that binoculars give you is the opportunity is to use your eyes as powerfully as possible. So, you know, maxed out exit pupil, dark sight, adapted eyeballs, the best brightest view you have is with both your eyes wide open, right? You close one eye and you've given up a whole lot of light right at the beginning. So 2-inch eyepieces give you that 7, 8, 6, whatever you want to call your maximum exit pupil. I'm not here to argue with any of you tonight about that, but whatever is your max, 2-inch eyepieces give that to you. 1.25-inch eyepieces do not. But here's the problem is that 2-inch eyepieces are big, they're 2 inches. How do we get them close together? All of our other binocular models have gone down to 58 millimeters. Most adults are somewhere around 60-ish. Men tend to be a little wider, females tend to be a little narrower, and it varies by where you are in the world. In East Asia, people have wider IPDs. In other places, people have narrower IPDs, but generally you're around 60. And it's a curve, right? So 58 is pretty good. That's what all our other models do. This is for the first time in the world. 56, it's an absolute world low. Mr. Matsumoto in Japan, he will custom build you one, or would, when he was taking orders, would make you one that went down to 57 out of metal. But we're not using metal, we're using a much better telescope material, which is plastic. So as you can see, we don't have a lot to work with. Our eyepiece diameter is 50.8 or 51 millimeters, and then 56 only gives us 2.5 millimeters of wall thickness of our draw tube. How are we going to do that? Our analog sky focuser draw tubes have these things we call grip fins. They're these little flexible segments here. Here's one, here's another one, here's another one that go all the way around the edge of the inside of the focus draw tube to perfectly center and grip onto your eyepiece. All right. So in order for that grip fin to work, the fin is sticking out into the inside of the draw tube, and then it is getting squeezed into the wall, right? So there has to be somewhere for it to go. So you have to dig into your 2.5 millimeters. This gets all the way down to 1.25 millimeters thick of plastic on the edge, and maxes out at 2.25. We had to create a little extra diameter to slot, you know, to actually put the eyepiece in. Because it's a helical focuser, we have threads, so we had to separate out the grip fins up here from the threads down here in order to minimize that diameter. They can overlap each other at 58. They cannot overlap each other at 56. So this is a new way to do that draw tube. Now, guess what? 1.2 millimeter thick plastic is not very stiff. It doesn't matter what you can make it out of. Maybe, I don't know, maybe polycarbonate would be stiffer. I don't care. I'm not going to print polycarbonate. All of our parts are PETG. As you can see, I can squeeze hard on this and make it oval. But does that matter? Absolutely not, because a flexible draw tube with a stiff eyepiece inside is a stiff draw tube. So that's 10 points to plastic, 0 points to metal binocular focusers. And if you go online, there are a lot of lies about, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but there are a certain number of lies about whether or not you can use 2-inch eyepieces with binoculars. There are lots that are under 60 millimeters across, and I'm working, I didn't bring it up. I left it in our other binoculars. But we have a nice little eyepiece that goes all the way down to 56 millimeters and gives big-nosed people some room for their big nose.
Yay.
Woohoo! And just in case you're wondering how that IPD works, we have teeth here. So it's a rotating ring design. You rotate the rings and that creates the IPD difference. You put a gear in the middle of the ring to make sure the two rings rotate at the same time, because you don't want one flopping down and one flopped up, because then you have to tilt your head like this and you don't know to do that in the dark. So it looks like the eyepieces are not aligned to each other, even though they are. So we're using these little herringbone gears here that got generated in Fusion 360 by the great Swivel plugin for herringbone gears. And these are anti-backlash and they 3D print great. Again, win for plastic. You'll notice this knob also says IPD 49 to 85 millimeters. So one thing about having these focusers on rails, I showed you the rail for pulling out the tertiary. Guess what? There's a rail for the focusers too. So I know a guy in Seattle who has an IPD of 51 millimeters, putting him in like the 0.001 percentile of narrow IPD people, right? So here's the thing. We pull out our 2-inch focusers, put in 1.25 focusers, and he will be able to look through binoculars for the first time in his entire life. So I look forward to seeing him again next year. So we're gonna fit everybody. What's this slide about? I bet this is a Piefinder slide. Yep, this is a Piefinder slide. Okay, so reverse binoculars. I'm gonna keep talking to the laptop again. Here's the thing. You're looking through the front like this, but then to find stuff, you had to go back here. If you had a quin sight here, you could very comfortably look through that. It would be beautiful, and Rob and I are going to work on the mount for putting that quin sight. I think it would be beautiful right up there. But you do still have to come back around the back.
That sucks.
It's it's a little rough to have to get up and down all the time, right? So here's the thing. Everybody's like, oh, reverse binoculars are so weird. I'm looking over my shoulders. What the heck? Having a plate solver with a little screen on it changes all of that. So Piefinder Bloom is the first telescope model, commercial binocular or telescope to come with a Piefinder built in. It's built into the top deck, and that means you align it once the very first time you turn it on, and then you don't have to align it again because it stays bolted to the top. That's a Piefinder usually. It's got a little camera, and it has charts. So you can sit here in front of this thing, look at the chart, and move around on the chart, and swap out your eyepieces. You got 4 sets of eyepieces. You got 2 sets of filters. You have charts, you have go-to, and this has the mode where you can identify whatever you're looking for. It will tell you like what's closest to the center, right? So if you wander around, Lauren is talking about wandering around and finding stuff. If you wander around and find something, which is a lot easier because you can last more than 10 seconds when you're looking through both eyes, you bump into something you've never seen before, this will tell you what you found. We've talked about those a lot. Also, laser, guess what? I love my green lasers. I have not, since I got this built in June, I thought I would get the laser put in right away. I have not bothered with the laser because having a plate solver really trumps a laser. But guess what? There's more. Richard's the guy who makes Piefinder, and we're working on a new thing that's a little bit along the lines of what the Astronomy Collective, Star Collective, you guys know, I know I can, someday I'll remember the name of your collective. The Collective, they're doing pictures. We can do social stargazing as a collective too. So what if your plate solver could talk to the other plate solvers, either in the field via Wi-Fi or over the internet to anyone else in the world? In real time, it shows you the icon of where all your buddies in your group are. What if it was an open API? So it showed all your buddies on your Sky Safari, on your tablet. what if you logged all of your observations and Mel saw some little like faint wispy thing off the side of M51 and he clicked the button and that saved that marker and that sent that out to everybody else in his group. And then they could try to look at that little wisp at the same time or later on, because that got saved in his observing log that automatically gets uploaded to the web app, and then somebody can look, oh, Mel saw this little wispy thing off the edge of M51 last night. I'll go put that on my list of things to look for next time, and I have the exact RA and deck of that spot. Who wants that? All right, Rob, I have an app for you.
I'm clapping.
Howard. All right, sorry. And Howard, Rob and Howard, we'll get together after this.
All right.
So we're going to do some social stargazing. It's going to be a fun app, starpartyapp.com. Like I said, open API. We want all the different Finder technologies to be able to use it. So that is coming. But all of these blooms are going to have the ability to plug into this. So basically, yeah. Oh, so this is the eyepiece rack putting together. So here's the big takeaway. This space is intentionally left blank for my closing thoughts. Astrophotography is super cheap and accessible now. You can get a C-Star for $350 or $500. People can take pictures individually like crazy. They can be part of a collective and take really crazy cool pictures. Back when cameras came out, there were these people called painters who painted portraits like that. If you were a painter, that was your main thing, is you painted portraits. And then they had cameras, and then they said, oh, no one is ever going to paint a painting ever again because you can just use a camera to take the picture and see the thing. And there's no point in painting anything anymore. Far from killing the art of painting, photography enabled painting to become what it is. Like, imagine a painting, and you're probably imagining a painting that happened after 1850, right? I don't know, like painting got wildly creative after the camera showed up. 1,000 times more creative than it ever was before the advent of the camera. And I think visual observing can really blossom in the same way, because now that everybody and their mom can buy a C-Star and take the exact same picture of the exact same things, or grow up into really cool astrophotographers like we talked to earlier today, like they really have their thing going now. And that's our opportunity as visual observers to really have our thing going and become something beautiful and new. To me, I'm just kind of a dumb guy who enjoys going outside at night and looking at the pretty stars and seeing beautiful things. You can see a lot of cool things with these binoculars, but really it's about just being immersed in the amazing experience of our sky. And it's a profound experience. Some could call it a spiritual experience. And what we're doing here with these binoculars is really about immersing yourself in that experience. So what's up, Dan? All right. Well, I should say I'm not like to be more specific, I am not a very organized, what do you call it? There are people who are better at being really good observers because they are more methodical. That's the word I'm looking for. There are every single person in this room is a far more methodical person than me, I guarantee you.
I would not take that bet.
ADHD applied to a CAD program is not the same thing as being methodical. It's just hyper focus. But I think my point is that, for me, it's just all about getting outside and really just enjoying being this little creature on the surface of a planet in our universe and feeling connected to things that are a long ways away. And so I feel like that immersion experience is really what we're trying to create here with these binoculars. Having both your eyes open does it really, really, really well. And so I think, that's why my business is called Analog Sky, is because I'm getting connected to the sky and staying connected to the sky when I go outside. And I think if you build your own binoculars, which I encourage you to do, you don't have to you don't have to build mine. But if you're thinking about building your own, hopefully some of these ideas are ideas that you will steal, as I have stolen from my buddies. So thanks for listening. And happy dinner. I'm the cook. Let's go. Oh, questions?
So I'll add one comment. The moment I realized Robert was special was when he showed me a picture of his laptop. And he said, "This is my workshop." And it suddenly dawned on me that instead of going out with a jigsaw and a drill and building the plywood creation, and then looking at it for a while, waiting for a year or two to be around in its mirror and trying to make your plywood creation better, he was making his plastic 3D printed parts better on an every other day schedule. And I realized that's the order of magnitude and not too faster to what I was ever innovating. So maybe being methodical is the wrong approach here. Maybe being hyper wildly creative, because you can create 10 prototypes, throw 9 of them away quickly, and come up with incredible ideas of it. So I think Robert almost glosses over that now, but there was a time when he would actually talk about innovation and what's going on in the amateur world, of what could go on.
Yeah, well, we're doing it over at analogsky.co. You can sign up for an account for free and say hello to, what I'm most proud of is that, thank you, Mel, by the way. I wish we had you mic'd on a lapel mic, but I'm proud. Like I said, we got like 400 more binocular makers in the world now. That's crazy. There were like a dozen of us who regularly were actually actively trying to build astronomy binoculars in the world until a couple of years ago. So we're headed in the right direction.
And you can tell that it's being successful because if you go on cloudy nights, you can read these negative pushback comments.
Yeah.
I had a comment. You have the one scope, the one binocular called Magic.
Yep.
And I have to say that with the nebula filters in a bino, looking through Magic, it was magic. He's had it pointed at the Orion constellation, and you're looking at this dark lane, you're looking at Barnard's Loop, for goodness sakes, and you can't see that in a telescope with binos normally. But the wide vision, the wide angle combined with the three filters, it was kind of magic. So
yeah,
I thought those were magical.
Oh, thanks, Lauren.
So on a reverse binocular, you're standing in underneath the optical path. Does your body heat to start disturb it?
I don't find that to be the case. I'm sure there are some extreme conditions where that would be a bigger deal. I've heard that. I've heard a lot of people raise that concern. I haven't really noticed it at the eyepiece myself. Certainly the smaller you get, these objectives are right above your shoulders, right? So your body mass is kind of the same size as this instrument. Whereas if you go bigger, the objectives are wider apart and it's less of a big deal. But I don't know, like you can get this up to, with a 3mm eyepiece, you can get this up to 300x, which is too much for an untracked instrument anyhow. So, you're bumping, but already at at those kind of magnifications, you're bumping up against seeing as much as you're bumping up against body heat. So I don't know how you separate those out on any given night. But I really don't find it to be anything.
Related to that, then, what is the high power planet viewing experience in binoculars?
Well, you can sit around for a long time trying to see little shadow transits pop out at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they do.
Yeah, well, so I've seen Jovian shadow transits as low as 67x with my 50mm binoculars.
Wow.
I mean, here's the thing: is the seeing is wobbly,
Yeah.
right? For in our northern hemisphere, planets are low in the sky, so yeah, resolution helps a lot. But sometimes if the seeing's bad, like having both your eyes open, I never wanted to push that too hard, honestly. But when I built my solar binoculars, and I spent a lot of time sketching sunspots at 100x and really trying it, I was realizing like, yeah, the seeing through both my eyes during the daytime when it's really bad is a whole lot better than when I would go like this and it's like, oh man, that's blurry. And I'd be like, oh man, that's blurry. And then I open them both and it's just razor sharp. It's like, how does that work? I have no idea. But it's true.
Oh, up here, man.
Yeah,
It's all in your head.
totally.
So I've only spent a little bit of time looking at planets through binoscope, but there does seem to be some suggestion that the brain picks the eye with the better seeing at that moment.
Mm.
So it can jump back and forth between your eyes, and it's almost like you get double the percent of time of sharp viewing you get.
Yeah, all that stuff our buddies with the cameras in the 500 gigabytes of data we're doing earlier, like your brain's doing that in real time. So, I mean, so we've done all the Saturn transits that we could this year, and I could see 5 moons of Saturn. I could see the transits, but I could also, I think I was picking out 5 moons. I think one of those is like what, 0.18 arc seconds or something, and we're seeing glints of that. I can't remember which one it is. That's kind of the 5th brightest one, but Rhea, let's say it's Rhea. Feel free to correct me, but
I've only seen 5 moons and a 12-inch a couple of times in my life.
Yeah.
And that's a hard observation with a single eye. So that says a lot right there.
Yeah, no, it's worth doing.
Yep.
It's kind of,
There's so much more experimenting we need to do. So for instance, on Jupiter, you put in a blue filter to bring out the red spot. For general viewing, you might put in a kind of yellow green. So what happens when you put in each of those filters, one for each eye? What happens there? So
yeah, so SDSO1, we'll bring it back to the other the other presentation. SDSO1, you can put an oxygen 3 filter in one side, and you can put a dual band like an NPB on the other side, and you can blink your 2 eyes and see where the hydrogen is and where the oxygen is. And I mean, just to be clear, yes, you can see the oxygen arc off of M31 from SDSO1. And yes, you can see the hydrogen component of that swoops down below to M110, which Mel has been sketching since 2016.
Robert, a question about making larger, but you make up to 80mm binoculars. Have you considered making? You can buy these lenses, which are pretty good from what's it called?
surplus. How about the
Surplus,
5-inch f5?
Yeah, like these at 5.5. Could you are you thinking of making binoculars using one of these relatively inexpensive and pretty good lenses, or if there's too much distortion on the outside field, it's better to stick with a mirror?
So we've got 80mm. So last year I brought our 80mm model. So I want to create like meaningful jumps in the models that I do. So we have a 50mm. 80mm is great because, like you said, Surplus Shed will sell you an 80mm f5 for $40, and it's a nice mirror. I get mine from a specific factory in China that puts a B-bar coating on it, and theirs are perfect every time. So yeah, I think the 80s are great. I don't know. You mean in terms of like doing a 5-inch or something somewhere in the middle?
For example, because a lot of people have these 5-inch lenses. I've got
Yeah.
them that haven't done.
Thing is, it's like it's kind of a weird in between. I guess I'm wondering like what is the target of that instrument? And I'm not totally sure what the answer to that question is. Like our 80 millimeters, right? So this will shows you amazing view of the Cygnus Loop or like North American Nebula individually. Our 80 millimeters show you North American and Pelican together as one with the dark river running through it, all as one scene in the middle with stars around the edge. Like that's an insanely beautiful thing to see. It shows you the whole Cygnus Loop that looks exactly like Howard's sketch, like the whole thing just sitting there in the middle of the field with stars all around it. So that's, to me, those are really compelling compositions. And then when I'm in composition mode at like 11x or 15x, and then I want to dig into those objects, now I want to jump up to here. And to me personally, I just don't like being at like a 600 or 700 millimeter focal length. For me, it's just not a huge hole. But and then it's like a weird instrument, because then if it's a refractor, then it's longer, and then the eyepieces have the opposite problem where they have to swing from here down to here when you're up like this, but it's like this long. And so you're making a thing that's about this big that the eyepieces go from here to here. It's like
You need a higher tripod.
yeah, a beefier tripod and all that stuff. And so it's still like an engineering challenge, but you only have 5-inch lenses. So I don't understand. I don't really understand why people, I won't finish that sentence. Anyhow, thanks everybody.
I'll include this.
I already did part before I ordered this one. Yeah, with everyone, or maybe you have.
Okay, looks like everyone on Zoom already left. So I
By the
will.
way, I sent you, I told you about this guy's